All right, cool guys. Let's ready to rock and roll. Or I'm ready to rock and roll. Excuse me. I'm just making sure that people knew that we were live. I wanted to start off the new year by talking about crypto market catalysts in 2023. I think there are quite a few bullish things to look at, even though we're in a pretty cold bear market. And here, Chrisan, I think you. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I did.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No worries at all. So, hi everyone. My name is Noah, and you are listening to the Aquarium, brought to you by Whale Coin Talk. Hello, beloved panelists. As I was saying, I want to dive into crypto market catalysts for 2023. I think there are quite a few things to look at. I mean, whether it's the Fed pausing rate hikes, whether it's the rollout of CBDCs. I mean, I understand that. That's not necessarily bullish for crypto, but there's an argument to be made that a lot of folks might turn towards crypto because of kind of how restrictive CBDCs are. Countries that plan to make Bitcoin legal tender, there's just Tonga, that's one of them. Big adoption of Bitcoin by big tech, or crypto by big tech. I mean, we've already kind of seen this with Meta and them rolling out NFTs or their plans to roll out NFTs to Instagram and Facebook. Google Cloud becoming a Solana validator, Microsoft filing for lots of crypto patents, and also crypto regulations, right? MiCA is probably going to be finalized sometime. MiCA is the regulatory framework in Europe, might be finalized sometime this year. And that whether or not you like regulation means that lots of big institutions with lots of money are going to be comfortable investing in crypto. So it's a win. Ripple winning its case against the SEC. I know whether you like Ripple or you don't like Ripple, it's important that Ripple wins, because if Ripple doesn't win, then the SEC can go after all their altcoins and call them securities and bar U.S. investors from participating in those ecosystems when a big bulk of volume in the crypto market comes from the U.S. So that's also something to consider. And then, hopefully an end to the ongoing war in Ukraine. That would be huge. I mean, obviously, forget the crypto market, for the lives involved and people that are suffering. But if you look at the crypto, or if you look at markets in general, that would also be a bullish indicator. So those are some things that kind of I digested. I typically watch Coin Bureau. I think that they do a fantastic job of organizing information and collecting information and presenting it in a way that's easy for me to digest. And so hats off to them, big credit to them. I take my notes oftentimes from their channel and some other channels as well, other news sources as well. But I can hog the mic if you let me to, and so I'm not going to do that for too long. If anyone wants to start this off by sharing what you think the big crypto market catalyst or a crypto market catalyst will be in 2023. I've just named a few of what I think, and I have taken notes, and I can definitely talk about those. But yeah, those are Alex. Alex, go for it, and then Kevin. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for coming today.
Yeah, thanks for having us all on. Seeing some familiar faces up here. What's up, Noah, Kevin, Dan, Thierry, Croissant. Always great to see people up here, especially during the bear market. I think, if nothing else, right, the fact that you can get so many people to join a space like this is in itself indicative of the energy that's still here. But, maybe I'll start with just kind of a few simple frameworks I look at for these catalysts before going deeper. So, I think one framework I generally look at with a lot of these crypto assets, at least, right, is that when you break it down, it's pretty simple. It's, what is the demand for these assets, and then what is the supply? So if you look at, let's just take 2023 for an example. A lot of these tokens, let's kind of hone in on layer one blockchains. A lot of them will have an increase in supply issuance. They'll do this usually because of consensus. So if you're running proof of work, a lot of them are going to do it to pay out the miners. If you're doing proof of stake, a lot of them also do issuance, although Ethereum is turning neutral to deflationary. So the supply for a lot of these tokens is going to increase. But then the question is, what's the demand? And I think Over the last like 12 to 18 months, a lot of that demand was frankly driven by speculation. If you look at the demand for block space and compute, it actually never really like spiked up on a lot of these blockchains the way we thought it would. There's still, layer one blockchains and protocols like in the top 20 that are doing like less than like a couple 100,000 a year in revenue and are valued at a few billion, right? So a lot of it was that speculation. So the question I think is, okay, what could actually cause it to change bullish on either the supply or the demand side? So I think on the supply side, obviously, as we get closer and closer to early 2024 in the Bitcoin halving, that's obviously going to affect the supply issuance for the largest blockchain in the world, which historically has been a positive catalyst for markets. But then I think on the demand side, what I try to look at is what are actual reasons why people would want to use blockchains. And for me right now, there's really only two compelling examples of what I've continued to use it for in both the bull and the bear. So one is that I use Web3 social media apps, and I'd love to have a deep talk about that at some point. I worked at DSO for a while. I use Farcaster. I use Lens Protocol. You see way too much talent flowing into this space for, I think, it not to be a major run in this next cycle. And then the second one I do is stablecoin payments. So I still pay all of my contractors internationally with stablecoin. So yeah, that's kind of just to end the monologue. I think those are the frameworks I look at. What's actually causing the demand for block space and compute? What are those use cases that aren't driven by pure speculation? And then on the supply side, what are things that could, start to turn those dynamics in favor of seeing more capital want to flow in bullish?
Let's go to Dan.
Hey, happy New Year, everybody, by the way. It's good to be back in the spaces. It's been a while. Yeah, I agree a lot with what Alex is saying here. I think really there's two domains for kind of bullishness in quotes. I think one is all the kind of external influences, such as what the SEC is doing, regulation, the broader kind of markets and all the stuff that Noah opened the introduction with. I think all those are very important, but they only really tend to turn people who are already residents of crypto from a kind of bearish to a bullish sentiment. And then once that's really rolling hard and it spills over into your kind of more common population, you get these kind of peaks of the bull. I think one thing that's really going to drive the next cycle is this whole combination of what Alex touched on a little bit with social and just kind of Web3 in general, and also kind of a refinement of the user experience, which could potentially be a prime mover for demand, right? Demand outside of the current crypto bubble. Because I've been around here for a long time, like over a decade now, and it's still largely the same faces in the space who have been around for a long time. And you get a trickle in of new faces that stick around every kind of bull cycle. But we're not really expanding outside of the existing population of crypto too much. I think we've kind of reached a bit of a plateau, and I believe the main reason for that is that user experiences of applications is difficult and clunky, and just they're kind of hard for your kind of regular people, not to be disrespectful, people who aren't tech nerds or familiar with technology and have a deep understanding of technology. It's cumbersome for them to use. It makes them feel nervous. There's a lot of risk involved. Self-custody is still a big problem as well, even for seasoned veterans, such as Luke Jr. had his Bitcoins drained out of his wallet a few days ago. So I think if we can improve those experiences and have more options in terms of safe custody, so people just aren't leaving them on exchanges and stuff, and make that process more streamlined, then you open the floodgates for kind of retail, I guess, and people outside of the crypto bubble to enter, to have more confidence. And then as soon as they enter, I think all the kind of Web3 stuff that's now coming along, such as the socials and the marketplaces, that's maturing very, very quickly. when they enter, they're going to see all this, all this cool new stuff, right? Oh, so Facebook can't control my data anymore, or Google or Twitter or whoever, right? I'm completely sovereign. I have control over what I'm doing here. I can trade, I can interact, I can do things a lot more streamlined with less friction. That'll be a real positive for these kind of new entrants to the space. And then from there, I think the way it'll go is that they will enter those kind of applications first, maybe not particularly interested in cryptocurrencies. They'll just want to use a cool application that's been developed. And then from there, they will kind of move into the whole crypto DeFi. I think it will be the other way around. Because at the moment, we kind of have crypto natives that are moving into Web3 products and applications. But really, the real driver, I think, will be when that's flipped, right? Consumers and users will come in via these applications that offer something different but familiar, and then essentially get upsold into crypto, I think.
Thank you, Dan. Kevin.
Hi. So yeah, a few things. So on one level, like, yeah, having been in the space since early 2012, and having seen a bunch of these, if we dial it back to what the use case was before the era of DeFi, before the era of NFTs, it was gambling, like straight gambling. Like if you went to DApp Radar, like that's what it was, and it was in small volume, but it was a thing. And if you saw that, you were like, makes sense. Like that'll always be thriving no matter what. Maybe especially because we're in a bear market, that's thriving. But then you also think about it a little bit harder, and it's like, well, probably a lot of the same people use DeFi and NFTs like a giant casino as well, when it shouldn't be the case. But like that's always the thing. It's like a financial incentive, hungry financial incentive, and someone's doing something. But now we do what was born out of that though is like actual utility. And the last bull run was triggered when it did because of DeFi. Yes, we had the halvening. There were a bunch of other factors too, but it probably would have come later if you look at all the events and line it up with the previous bull runs, bull cycles that we had in eras past. But it was DeFi which really showed, okay, now we have this strong utility. It's growing literally exponentially. That also is what really effectively bankrolled the rise of NFTs. People wouldn't have been spending that kind of money on images and artists if they didn't have it. But it was a lot easier to, once you had not just your assets appreciated, but also the fact that you could borrow against your collateral and do stuff on credit. Credit was a huge thing. We didn't have credit before the era of DeFi. And no economy grows without credit, without a true system of credit. And that's true on-chain as it is off-chain. And we've seen that in DeFi ecosystem after DeFi ecosystem. But anyway, so I think it'll be a lot shorter than previous. This crypto winter will be shorter than previous crypto winters. How much, I don't know. We don't even, this is still new territory. But because we have utility, because we have like an actual engine of growth, because we have economic sectors outside of speculation, there's the finance sector, there's the commerce sector, which is what I like to call NFTs. We're getting there, and the volume shows for it as well. On the idea of like ease of use and all of that, to me, I see two schools of thought, and that really kind of unfolded a lot stronger, I think, in this last cycle. That's my hot water. But yeah, so, and that was the centralization first outlook, and then the decentralization first outlook. And the centralization first outlook is more like the things like FT. Well, I mean, on some level, it's a bit forgivable because like things like a Coinbase, things that really like, okay, our whole point is we're all about design, removing user frictions, and we're starting from a centralized place. And if there are decentralized technologies that let us do this better, great. Otherwise, we'll do it in a centralized way. And for some people, that client that they're trying to appeal to, that user, isn't even necessarily the one that's interfacing with the app. They're also thinking about their investors and institutions and what they trust more. That friction to them is defined by, okay, well, they don't like decentralized technologies. They're not going to put their money into a smart contract. For those of us in the decentralized first zone, it's like, no, no, no. You start from a decentralized place. You make it as decentralized as possible. If there are frictions to it, so be it. It's better to be secure than to just remove a friction and let the whole house fall apart. No, and then innovate decentralized technologies to replace the centralized ones so that you can ease up use. And I feel these two schools of thought, as they've been embodied by different entities and different founders, uh, they've clashed a lot. The thing is, you need both. In the end, what would be safer, I think we're going to see in 2023 institutions. I wrote an op-ed about this, CoinDesk published, name drop, but yeah, I should post it. But whatever, you can find it. But yeah, 2023, they're going to realize that institutions will, that like, hey, wait a minute, we had it backwards, because it's that centralized stuff that really screwed us over. The decentralized stuff, sure, they've had hacks, but I mean that makes sense, especially in the beginning of any technology. But they're getting better at it, and we've learned from that. And maybe now this is the time where we should trust that more than anything. And that's really the thing we should be targeting, and that's our edge, whereas other institutions aren't seeing it. And if the largest ones aren't seeing it, the mid-range financial institutions are seeing it, because that's their leg up on the large financial institutions. And if it's not them, then it's the small cap to mid cap ones. So one way or another, there's financial incentive. Someone's going to find it and do it. Yeah, but then on one other thing, on the Ripple thing, um, like to me, it's like I remember when Ripple, and still is, the most secretive, self-concerned entity out there. Forget about the fact that XRP, I don't feel has a genuine use case. Sorry, it's just not the case. I thought it was a theory about it when it came out that, like, yes, we'll need this XRP technology and the way Ripple does things and all that. But I think as blockchain technologies have developed, we've realized, oh wait, that's kind of redundant, and that we're actually better off having surpassed that use case. But besides that, yeah, they're very secretive. If there's any asset out there that, or there's any project, entity, whatever you want to call it, that acts as an entity behind the security, and any asset that could be designated as security, it would be XRP. People have been telling you that for years, or people have been saying that in the crypto space for years. But as soon as they had the SEC suit come out, their PR was like, oh, we can't like alienate the generalized crypto crowd anymore. And that's when all these publications started to come out from them, all this communication, saying, hey, whether you like us or not, it's all of us in this together. You can't let them rule against us, because then they'll come after you. You don't want that. No, no, no. And then that just kept getting echoed more and more. To me, I was like, oh, come on. You cannot do that after years and years and years of being the most secretive entity out there in crypto. So, like, yeah, and I feel like that's, they have the money to do it. But to me, no, I think to me, it's like, for what happens to Ripple, I think it'll be exclusive to Ripple, because they are very different. And maybe we need that. For a lot of people before that, the lawsuit came, it was more like a lot of us were saying, or when it came down, it was a lot of us in the crypto space were like, it's about time. It's about time you get your comeuppance. You needed this. We were saying you should look into you for years. Now they finally did. Don't try to get our favor now that it's shit's hitting the fan. So yeah, maybe we need that sick branch to be cut so that the healthy ones can thrive. There is good to that. So yeah, but I don't really care. I forgot they existed until they just got brought up today. So, but yeah, I think the overall future is good.
Overall future is good. Love to hear it. Alex and Kevin, I had a question for both of you, but we have a bunch of hands up, so I'm going to circle back. Papa, welcome to the panel, man.
Hey. So I was thinking about 2023 and like It's the whole panel discussion here about catalysts. There's a lot of talk about UX, and I think that the biggest recurring thing that I've heard in all of the teams that I've ever worked on was, how can grandma use this? How can we boil down the complexities of what it is that we're trying to show? It's like basically every app that we make is a portal to some chain data or a middleman server or something. So, and I mean, even today, Bitcoin is like woefully confusing and 1990s to look at. So, in large part, I think 2023 is going to be the year of the UX. You know, and then it's just kind of after that is, how do you get your ideas to spread? It's like you have to incentivize them. What we've seen before is token holders are incentivized just solely based on the value of their holding to spread the information to other people, but in a way that's kind of damaging to the space. So, and that's why my big focus has been on technology. I've been kind of attacking traditional financial tools. Like right now, I'm on mortgages. Soon I'm coming for bank balances. But it's until these bigger businesses start to take blockchain seriously as a technology, like we've always been saying since 2010, since like everyone who's been on Bitcoin Talk has seen all of the speculation around this. It's like the technology itself can improve all of these industries, and it's mostly just talk that we're seeing. There's too much talk. This year, we should see more founders aggressively pursue not only financial tools but social ones, which I'm very big on, bullish on DeFi social applications. So I think that's definitely the future, is decentralize everything. But as far as CBDCs, there's a little bit of talk about that earlier. We saw a lot of talk earlier this year also about how the Pentagon lost trillions of dollars. Well, if they took, I think it matters how much they take a CBDC seriously. And that it's not, you know, it's like many pipes work very well, especially with the blockchain trilemma. Many pipes is how we solve a scalability, allowing the user to choose, allow the user to mess up sometimes too. That's all right. But, you know, no system is perfect. And as far as the crypto winter is concerned, I think this one's far worse than 2018. I think it's going to continue to be worse until the founders kind of wake up and realize they can't play with people's balances like that. Like, it's damaging to the entire space. And until this negative media cycle goes away, I don't see the winter ending. Also, Bitcoin to 1,000, so I can buy all of it.
Man, Bitcoin to 1,000, I think that would probably be cataclysmic for the whole space. I know you're probably joking, but or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
no,
so a question I had, and this was like for Alex kind of, but also for Kevin, because you guys both touched on it. Utility. Alex mentioned that there's a surplus of supply, but where's the demand? And I'm inclined to agree. Like, for people that aren't already in the industry and using this stuff, the hype has died down and punch bowl is dry. What kind of actual utility do we see being available to the everyday user, to the layman, to someone who's on the fence and deciding whether or not they want to be part of this industry? I know that Alex, I think you mentioned, and Papa also mentioned, like social, decentralized social media apps. But apart from that, I just don't, sure, like DeFi being able to collateral, if you have a bunch of Bitcoin or Ethereum and you're super bullish and you want to collateralize it and borrow against it so you don't have to sell and take a tax hit, then I can see utility there. There's utilities here and there, but general, what's going to be the next DeFi that results in a bull market catalyst?
Yeah, I think social is probably the furthest thing from. I don't think we need it in like a Web3 sense at this point.
Strongly disagree with that one.
Okay, well, everything starts with finance. Every new technological shift starts with finance, straddling it and making the best use of it. And what's good about that is every technology, after like you see government and military uses of things, then it becomes finance, because there's a financial incentive, and that tends to rally people very quickly, and people get very wanting to get the edge on each other. And we know that from every technology, internet, the fax, phone, computerization of bank records, go back to just the telegram. By the 1880s, you had thousands and thousands of stock tickers. 1880s, thousands and thousands of stock tickers throughout Manhattan. I mean, this was before anyone really even. I mean, like it always starts with finance. So, like getting that thriving and getting that strong as a financial sector, and I mean that in the terms of like an S&P, like finance as a sector of an economy, and then second to that, you'd see commerce. Like that's what we need to make sure is pumping first, and then we extend into other areas, because finance bankrolls everything else. It invests in the infrastructure of all the other sectors, because those sectors help it, and plus it can afford to. Like that's where you get to venture capital investing and everything. To me, and to, what we need to round out with on the DeFi side of things is decentralized underwriting. We need to get to that point of like true, like there's things like Nexus and whatever, but like we need like a really scaled, decentralized insurance, so that we can insure these types of financial instruments that we've built on chain, and people can actually take, like pools can actually take money from premiums that are paid by other pools, and covering in case something happens. So I think, and then we'll have layers and layers of that. That's not just like one thing, like just have your decentralized insurance plan. No, it's like underwriting will just be this infinite thing for every other asset. So yeah, it doesn't like to, so that's kind of the largest place to be at. And it's also the thing that people are willing to put up with, kind of gritty technologies a bit more. In fact, maybe that should be the case. That's another reason why finance tends to prosper very early in a new technological shift, because it doesn't take very much. It doesn't take this masterful user experience. It doesn't take necessarily the most evolved tools within that technological space. It takes just really its numbers moving, and transactions, and being able to correspond those trends. It's like the most simple form of communication to get something with numbers done when you're talking about using it as the first big use case of a new technology. So those are all the reasons for it. And yeah, and I would just classify NFTs as the commerce sector. We've tried commerce with crypto before. People's initial instincts were things like, oh, let's have online stores where you can buy stuff with Bitcoin. No, that's not decentralized. There's no way you can truly do that in a decentralized way. But and even with NFTs, just a couple of years ago, like before early, like we talk about like mid 2019 or mid 2020, even up to late 2020, if you would say NFT in a crypto space, most people would assume you were talking about real estate. That's where we were with the technology. That's where a lot of people were, like, it was synonymous with. It just so happened to be that I'd say systematization and industrialization of art NFTs just became so dominant so fast that NFT became synonymous with art NFT. But it made sense, because you're talking about a totally digital file. You could put it on something that's sort of decentralized IPFS, and that makes people feel better. And you can trade it around, treat it like it's something that's fungible, without thinking about some off-chain source, maybe throwing some wrench in the gears, like you could do with a real estate NFT. It's like, who the hell cares about this unless you have courts and police who are also going to agree that this token represents this plot of land. Otherwise, so what? And almost no one has gotten there yet, except for a few jurisdictions, but not the ones that we really want it to be, to get where the money is. So those things will take time, and those that specifically, more than anything else, is looking forward to regulation being set. Like that's a big waiting game. Anyone who's doing real estate, trying to get real estate on the blockchain, that's a big part. And the fact that it's missing is just, they can't do anything. They're just stopped in motion. They're just waiting to get started, and they can't. But it reminds me a lot of that sort of like the people who are waiting for.
Kevin, I'm just going to say, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but this is like a crazy long monologue. They hit like 20 different topics.
That's your opinion, man.
No, I'm just saying because it's hard.
Well, you have people, like other people haven't.
You've hit like 25 things. So like, I don't know how people are going to respond to any of them.
Well, I don't either. That's why I'm saying it. But it reminds me of the Jobs Act and people who remember that whole era and people who are waiting for that regulation to finish. And there were a huge, tons of industry, like tons of companies out there, very well funded. They're like, yeah, we're going to have the biggest crowdfunding company and we're going to have all that and it's going to be huge. And they were just waiting for like 10 years for the Jobs Act to finish their filling out like all the little details of it. And then it went nowhere because it ended up being so restrictive that no one could do anything with it. And then came in the rise of crypto. And it's like, yeah, we'll just do everything this way. We don't really care about your whole crowdfunding set by the government way of doing stuff. So decentralized technologies can always outpace those centralized ones. Yeah. And for you, Alex, to hone it back to the very simple question, which I agree it was that case. And I'm truncating what could be hours worth of talking about it to like a couple minutes. So sorry. But the fact is, well, it'll be back to finance. Just like in any kind of a collapse of anything, you start with the base that got you there. You make sure that's strong. You show that it's even better because of newer technologies. You expand the parts that and improve on those areas that because they weren't there before, we could say, well, it wouldn't have collapsed without this stuff, but now we have that stuff. And then that bodes well for market confidence. And then you can start to see the other sectors come back in, and you'll see NFTs thrive again and all of that. I don't think it's going to be somewhere new, like social. That's like the Dan Larimer argument of everything. If we could just figure out the economics of social, we'll get everybody using it. Then people won't use Facebook and they'll use my thing. No, we don't need it. We don't need it for that. We're fine. I don't think there are that many people who are so privacy focused that they're willing to give up all that stuff that the centralized Web2 social platforms are giving them just to try out the Web3 thing in the hope that the network.
You can make that argument about that same argument about finance too. I mean, like a lot of the tenets of the idea of decentralizing social are very similar to the tenets of decentralizing finance. It's not in either case like
you make money off of it though.
Increase on every dimension. You can make money on social too. The reason creators don't make money.
No, that's abstract. I mean, literally, there's like a linear.
It's very tangible, dude. It's like I worked at LinkedIn for like 4 years. We didn't have any revenue share agreements with any of the creators, and the reason for that is because the social graph and all the social identity sits in a centralized server, so there is no opportunity to monetize because you do not own any of that data, and it's also not transportable like finance is. Like I can move finance out of a bank to another bank. I cannot move my Facebook or my YouTube social graph and followers to another social media platform. And the end result of that is that I can't basically actually have any control over it and have any ability to monetize. That's why you have
social creators make
millions
money
of followers, but not
just not on the platform. Just not on the platform. No. Well, just not on the platform where their audience is, and instead they use that platform. I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just saying that it's not like they're cut off from any kind. No, we see a whole economy of people who are making money, and they owe it all to the social Web2 technologies that are out there. What I'm saying about the finance is that there is like, there's money on the floor. I just got to pick it up, and these other guys are too scared to do it. Every dollar is worth $1. So on something that's so linear on that end goal as finance, where it is $1 amount, there is much more incentive. And there are so many financial institutions that can come out there and pick it up that it tends to be efficient in its resiliency. as opposed to social, where it's much more like, well, is the network here? It's a chicken and the egg thing. It's like, am I really going to get the audience I get? Sure, they give me a better deal and I can monetize this and I own all the data and all that stuff. But I get, I have all of my followers and everything on this Web2 platform, or that's where they are and I can get them there. I'm not going to go on this voice.com or whatever the hell because Dan Larimer says it's better for me. I'm going to do the thing where it's more likely those platforms will adopt and embrace, or maybe not even officially, but there will be some tangential way of bringing in Web3 technologies of ownership, as opposed to just totally transforming the landscape of social.
I mean, it's an interesting exchange, guys. I want to get some hands. I don't want to harp on it too much, and I really appreciate, Kevin, your insights, and Alex. I think I'd agree with you on the social media component of it. I think that'd be really cool. I don't know when we're going to see it happen. If I could just take my whole Facebook history with me and go somewhere else. If I'm not being treated well, I can go where I'm treated best. So that's kind of learning this as I listen to both of you speak. With a lot of hands up, guys, and I'm so sorry for kind of letting the queue build up. Michael, I want to get to Michael, and guys, if we can keep the ideas and thoughts high level so that everyone gets a chance to speak, and then typically the second hour of the Aquarium, it's people have to drop out and stuff, and it can kind of get into more like longer format dialogues where people go back and forth. But Michael McCarthy, sir, the mic is yours.
Hey everyone, Happy New Year, by the way. So keeping this very high level, I have some similar opinions, some different opinions than what have been shared so far. At the core of my opinion, I believe that builders are at the center of any bull run. So my personal belief is not necessarily that it matters what builders are building, but how builders are building. So what I mean by that is I think during the next year or so, what we're going to see is a bit of a transition towards more focus on compliance, more focus on integrity, more focus on real life use cases and solving real problems. So I think this is where the demand comes at the end of the day. I think we could have all of these complex discussions on, is it the halvening? Is it, some dynamic between traditional and crypto assets, and all of these very convoluted conversations. But I think at the end of the day, what I believe is none of that matters. It's only builders building. It's as simple as that. If builders are building, and if they're building in the right way, I think this entire ecosystem is going to grow and continue to develop. And I think one of the things that's sort of missed is people spend a lot of time talking about the use cases of crypto, and they're missing that the entire crypto space is a use case as well. What I mean by that is all of these developers are building in an open ecosystem. They're building protocols that can interact with other developer protocols. They're developing smart contracts and decentralized protocols that anybody can build on, anyone in the world. If you wanted to build on top of Google, you couldn't do it. You can't just build on top of Google. That's not a real thing. But if you look at the crypto space, everybody can build on everybody else. This alone is a groundbreaking development. This has never been done before. So to say that there's no use cases in finance, or no use cases in social, or no use cases in whatever, I think that's all garbage. There's use cases everywhere. And the problem right now is just getting builders to build those use cases and getting them to build in a way that's responsible and compliant. So the last point that I'll make at this point is there's a lot of discussion around UI UX, and I have a somewhat different take. I think the UI UX sucks in DeFi and most of the crypto space, and I think there's people who believe retail investors will get over it. They'll just adopt a new technology regardless of the UI UX simply because it's new, it's exciting, and all of these things. I have a somewhat different take. I don't believe that's true. I believe that if we want people to adopt it, we have to actually make it better than what they're currently using. So not just a replacement, because people don't want a replacement, they want something better. So when we're talking to developers and when we're talking to other builders in the space, I would encourage them not to say, what can I replace with my technology, but what can I actually do better? So in my opinion, it has to be better. It can't just be the same or a replacement, because people won't go for just a replacement. Anyways, I'll sort of stop there. I have a number of other points that I can interject later, but that's it for now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. And next up is Crypto for Columbus.
Hey, what up, everybody? Great exchange. Great to be here. Yeah, I mean, going back to, oh wow, there's so much. It's so difficult to listen to so many great arguments and then kind of compile all of your thoughts in an organized way and not get into a monologue. So I'll kind of try to be brief and concise. I'm totally in agreement with Michael with regard to the UI, UX, and we have to make the process by which we onboard people onto this space not so clunky and not so difficult, so that the barrier to entry is actually seamless and almost, like Michael stated, better, so that it's an interesting experience for the person coming in, and it doesn't require hours and hours of YouTube video tutorials and all that sort of stuff. Additionally, I do believe that what we build is going to kind of be a spark with regard to what occurs in our ecosystem. I'm a big believer in DeFi, and I do believe that DeFi in and of itself is one of the biggest use cases that crypto has created. And I think DeFi is going to be a catalyst, and especially if we look at crypto's macro, you can do that, and that's one way of looking at it. But you can also go more kind of isolated, like what ecosystems are going to benefit. There are a lot of different ecosystems. You got the Solanas, and you got the Ethereums, you got Cardano, and you've got all these technological advancements occurring in each of these ecosystems. ETH just went POS. Then ETH has got dank sharding that they're looking to do. Cardano's doing Hydra, and you've got all this stuff starting to happen, and we're getting to a culmination point. So if you want to go ecosystem within, focus, hone in on different ecosystems, what could be bullish for those ecosystems? I challenge everyone to really do their research as to what technology is being built within these different ecosystems, because we're not living in a cross-chain world, even though that's where I would like us to be. We do have like isolated ecosystems, and the bullishness is within each of those ecosystems is dependent on what is being built and what is coming out. And I think there's some interesting stuff happening on a lot of different chains that could be bullish for that respective individual chain. So, I encourage people to do that as well, because there may be a more bullishness on the chain because, for instance, Cardano doesn't have stable coins. They're about to have stable coins. Cardano's DeFi sucks right now. Why? Because they don't have stables and they don't have a lot of the infrastructure that Ethereum. Cardano's only had smart contracts for a year plus. So I just throw that out there. But if I'm thinking about catalysts with regard to the actual crypto as a whole, I'm looking at the SPX. I'm looking at the Dixie. I'm looking at what the macro factors from the financial sector. Looking at the S&P 500 and what it's looking to do, because that's going to have an impact on Bitcoin and crypto as a whole. And Dixie, the inverse relationship that continues to exist with the US dollar index and crypto. And the US dollar index, if it keeps on holding strong, technically and historically, that has had a negative correlation to crypto. I'm looking at the Fed interest rate hikes, all these kind of macro things, just to kind of give me a barometer of what's happening. XRP, whether it has a use case or not, definitely a valid argument. But just from a winning the case standpoint, you cannot deny that if they lose the case, it's going to have a negative impact on the industry as a whole. So that's just an obvious thing. Whether people believe that or not, that's fine. But the consensus is XRP wins, good for crypto. XRP loses, bad for crypto.
Oh, don't say the consensus is. If it's your
It is,
opinion,
it
okay,
is.
fine.
It is a
You
consensus.
can't say it. How would you even know that?
It is a consensus because I've been on spaces a long time and I
Not the
hear a lot of
consensus.
different opinions.
Not at all.
Yeah,
I think it does make your argument stronger, but I don't think it's possible to say that.
Peter, Peter, go for it. If you had a response to that, I know you've had your hand up for a while, Peter, and I know that you're
specifically,
also,
sure. With regard to XRP and any actor in the space that sells their own tokens on their community, what can the whale coin talk community do to advance the adoption of crypto? I think one thing we can do is stop saying that just because you slap crypto on your incorporation name that you're good for the space. I would encourage everybody in here to read the XRP complaint. And if you're comfortable with the factual allegations, then yes, go ahead and support Ripple. But if you're not comfortable with the idea that a centralized entity can predict price movement, know exactly when to buy and exactly when to sell based upon their own corporate machinations, these are actions that I think do not help anybody. They're exactly the kind of stuff that happened in the 1920s to lead to the financial crisis back then that caused the Great Depression. And it's exactly what the SEC was created to address. Now, whether the SEC is a good entity or successfully meets those goals is a different question. However,
yeah, I think the point that I'm trying to make before I was interrupted was that if the SEC wins this battle, regardless of the merits of what you're saying, which I know are valid, and I understand how the SEC works, having been a banker for a very long time, I want to state if the SEC wins this battle, then they're going to go after another crypto, and the industry, as you know, it will be decimated. So you don't want that loss. And if you think if you want to FUD your own bags, if you want to just say, hey, burn it to the ground, go ahead. That's not what I'm here.
The only bags I'm fudding are those where centralized entities are dumping free utility.
I 100% agree. We already seen what centralized entities do. Look what SBF did to Solana and the industry as a whole. But I'm not going to state that, hey, let's burn this entity to the ground because they're centralized, which I really don't care about, to be honest with you, and not ignore the fact that if that happens, it's going to have a freaking tidal wave effect on the industry as a whole. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore that they're going to go after the next chain and the next chain and the next chain.
The only ones they can go after are those that specifically sell their tokens to communities. If you're a blockchain founder that doesn't sell your tokens and doesn't IPO to VCs or whatever, you don't care. And in fact, you welcome a little purging of bad actors.
I think we've had enough purging for a year. I think we've had enough purging. I understand what you're saying. And do you know what? Scientific. We're on the same page in terms of philosophical point of view. But the amount of purging that we've had, let's take a break from the purging. Because, this industry has been decimated. Now we're under a 900 billion market cap, where we were at 2 trillion almost. That's enough decimation for a year. We really have to take a step back and understand that, hey, maybe I don't agree with Ripple. Maybe I don't agree with Coinbase. Maybe I don't agree with Binance. Maybe I don't agree with all these centralized exchanges, and I don't. I keep my stuff off. But I got to understand that right now they're here. And right now, we need wins as opposed to losses, just from a general standpoint as an industry.
I can't express how much I disagree with that idea.
It's okay. I get it.
The idea that because we exist in the same technological space that we have to defend people we consider to be bad actors is going to frustrate the space, and it will frustrate adoption.
I do agree with that too. And this is the conundrum we're in. We're in a catch-22.
I don't see it that way.
No, we're not.
I don't. We can say shit is bad and good is good, and that doesn't bother me in any way. It doesn't trouble my economic incentives. It doesn't trouble my moral fabric. It's just a very easy way to live life.
Yeah, I see your point. I'm not saying that your point is invalid, but I am also saying that I recognize that when that case is over, if Ripple does have a loss, what's next? And I fear what's next because I know how the government works when it comes to overreach, and they're going to be emboldened. And who's next? And it might be one of the chains that you really like, one of the technologies that you feel is being built properly, and they don't care. Believe me, they don't care. And just gonna summarize this by saying, the whole aspect of CBDCs being a kind of like spurring technological interest in the space. I kind of see it as a double-edged sword. I see it as a kind of a promoter of interest in the crypto space, but I also see it as a way for people to adopt away from fiat because of the fact that they know that the CBDCs is going to spur government oversight of how people are spending their money, and people don't want that. People don't want to know that the government knows that how you're spending every single cent of your dollars, and on the CBDC, that's what's going to happen. So I think a CBDC won't necessarily be as successful for the government as they intend it to be, but I do think it will allow people to say, well, there are digital alternatives, and it will be crypto, and that's what I hope.
So I want to let Peter. I know, Peter, you were responding to Cryptopher, and I see both sides of it. Actually, I'm not going to hold the mic for too much longer, but I certainly see both sides of it. Eventually, though, ultimately, rather, bad actors, people that are gaming the system in a way that the majority, the consensus feels is wrong, should be flushed out. That's what I'm going to leave it at that. But Peter, the mic's yours, man. And then I'm going to go to Dan and Lindsay.
Thanks, man. I'll be quick because I actually was able to say most of what I wanted anyway. The first thing is, whenever, what can we do to achieve mass adoption? The first is avoid this tribalism, and that means when one of our entities is being attacked, read those complaints and read those factual allegations and see if you're comfortable with it before defending it. Say what you want about government overreach, but the SEC typically does not allege facts it cannot prove. That's just garden variety, DOJ kind of litigating. So just read complaints, read primary sources is one thing that everybody in this room can do to make the space more serious and therefore more legitimate. And with regard to NFTs, I think there's a similar point there. NFTs will change the world, but they will do so when they're not called NFTs. So to the extent we as various community members can avoid conversations about how awesome it is that we're changing the world with profile pictures, well, no, the road is a lot longer than that. It's a lot more complex. In 200 years, when all of our great-grandchildren are dead, people aren't going to use the word NFT. They're just going to say, I own my house. And in order for grandma to come on to Thomas's point, we need to talk about this stuff in an approachable manner that is devoid of jingoism, that isn't tribal, and that admits that some people that call themselves our friends are very much our enemies.
I just wanted to say that I was unaware of the details, as Peter has just broken down. I just knew that the SEC sued Ripple and its top executives over their sales of XRP at the end of 2020, and I didn't know that. I wasn't familiar with the nuances of it. So
I'll just give you a 30-second TLDR. The allegations are that they were emailing each other. When is the price going to pump? Oh, we should buy here. When is it going to dump? Oh, we should sell there. They claim that they're a net buyer of the XRP coin, which is true. They have bought more XRP than they have sold, but they have also taken in $1 billion more than they have sold, or than they have lost.
And because they control, I'm asking you, and because they control most of the supply, they're able to move the price.
Right, and the allegations are that they were coordinating ways to anticipate the price based upon their own centralized actions, and were therefore able to strategically buy and sell, essentially insider trading on the own stuff that they were doing. Those are the allegations in the complaint. I believe that the documentary evidence is there. The legal analysis is different. Should the SEC even have jurisdiction? And we could talk about that in a different space. But read complaints when you want to
This is not any different than how centralized finance works. If you think that the market makers don't control the market, then you're freaking naive and you don't know trading. And I've been a trader for a long time. So let me tell you, this complaint doesn't mean anything. This complaint just states that they did some bad stuff. And then the SEC participants, the players over there, said, no, it wasn't a security, and came out on record. That's why they don't want the Hinman freaking stuff to come out. So listen, there's a lot of sides to this. You're cherry picking one bit of information, and I get you don't like what they did, and fine, that's great. But you want to know what? BlackRock does it every day. JP Morgan Chase does it every day. Bank of America does it every day. I know Goldman Sachs does exactly what you stated every day and do it within legal frameworks. So what I'm saying to you is, why are you thinking that, hey, we should throw the book at XRP for doing everything that is done in traditional finance, regardless of whether people want to admit that that's what happens in traditional finance.
Can I say something? Can I interrupt just for a second?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, Lindsay. Welcome to the panel.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Of course.
Very intimidating panel to speak on. So I just want to say hello and I've been sitting here for like an hour trying to wake up, and now I'm woken. I'm awake. I'm a little confused. I feel like I'm supposed to take sides here, and so if I am on a side of the ring, I think that I'm standing over, and no personal offense, cryptosphere, but I think I'm over with
No, there's no
Peter,
offense, not at all.
because
We're passionate,
thank
but
you.
we
Yeah,
don't
of
take
course, of
offense.
course. Great, nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
there's a lot
I
of
love the passion.
Mediterranean
I
here.
love the passion that I'm seeing here and hearing here, and but I have to say that I feel like I'm kind of veering over to Peter's side of the ring, because what I'm hearing is like, well, hey, you know, if JP Morgan does it and we're cool with it, I thought the reason that we were kind of here was because we're not cool with that. And we're not, and the other thing is I find it really hard to even fathom, even like imagine really living in this crypto space. I don't know how to articulate this, but until we're all actually only there. But since this is all based in dollars, since it, I can just exit over into dollars at any moment, it gets really confusing, because we're like straddling these two worlds, right? And so until everything that I do is based in these currencies, then I'm still living in the dollar. And does that make sense? Like, just on a philosophical way here, and also, like, I think that it's really just plain and simple for the people who might not understand the really big long words. I think it's really shitty what they did, and I see it all the time. And this moving of markets and these like influencer stuff, and and what I've heard here on the panel is like people are afraid to say anything, and I sometimes think I'm one of those people, and there's a lot of fear there. And when I see or I feel in my gut that something's just not right, and it's just kind of shitty. It's just not why I got involved over here, because I just thought that I don't know. I guess I just think that now I see how quickly corruption takes place, and like in the most plain and simple, it makes me really sad. That's it.
It
Yeah,
sucks.
it sucks.
It really does. It sucks. Listen, I'm not even arguing for it. Believe me. I don't like any of this crap. I don't like any of the market manipulation. I think we need to be investigating BlackRock for years now. They own every freaking thing known to mankind, and they manipulate markets at a whim. All I'm saying is there are, unfortunately, manipulations that occur when you deal with, centralized finance. And I think that happens. It's happened in Coinbase. You'll notice, oh, I buy something on Coinbase, all of a sudden my crypto goes down. Why does that happen? Because bots are basically trading everything. That's how it works. Everything is manipulated to a degree, unless social sentiment for that specific coin will take it to the upside or to the downside. If you're basically status quo, you're going to basically have a sideways trading or a dip. So that's just the way it works. That's the way trading works. And unfortunately, we're living in a system like that. But I think with XRP, the challenge that exists is the SEC initially came out on record saying that they're not a security. It's not possible to be a security. They didn't fail the Howey test. Now they're saying, oh, wait a minute, we don't like cryptocurrencies because Gary Gensler has a thing against crypto, and now it's a political thing, unfortunately, and now we want to make an example of XRP. And then we're going to use that as the first building block to go to the next chain and the next chain and the next chain. That's a slippery slope. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of what comes next if they win, because I've seen it. They don't lose. So we want to win from an industry. I'm not saying they deserve a win. I'm saying by extension, they represent the industry, whether we like it or not. They are part of the group.
Right. So,
and if
right.
they get
No,
lost,
they are
Well,
not.
so what?
I get what you're saying, but that's not how
Well,
I
and
see it.
maybe
And
what
I
I'm
think that by and
hearing,
large, that's how the
and
crypto
maybe what I'm
community
right,
sees it.
and maybe what I'm hearing you say then, and if I'm completely off base, please let me know. Is we have a responsibility, you know, as people who are partaking in this, to keep people honest, you know, the people that we know.
100%.
And what's
Thank you.
happening is that we're not, and we're turning our, you know, we're turning a blind eye. We're just saying like, oh, whatever. And so you're saying this sucks. You don't love this, and also it's going to really suck if they win, because then now we're fucked again. How about that for some
Yes, I'm concerned
yeah.
about the industry as a whole.
Well, and I agree with that.
I'm here. I'm here to build.
I agree with that.
I'm here to build. You know what I mean? I'm here to build. I'm building right now. Whether Kevin wants to keep on down, yo, Kevin, if you got an issue with me, hit me up in the DMs. But your little
Well,
down
I
fingers
want to.
24/7, yo, you
I
know,
love you,
it's
Lindsay,
kind of
too.
a freaking annoying. So all I'm saying is this: I'm here for the industry.
Sure.
I'm here for the industry, and I want it to survive, and I want it to thrive, and I want the participants to have a level playing ground that they can build off of. And if we have constant regulation from an FCC standpoint, I think we're going to have issues.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
that's good.
but I mean, can I just a couple? I wrote down what I wanted to say, so it wouldn't be long. So I feel like I hear a couple contradicting arguments from you. On some level, you're saying like, okay, it's, you know, this is what BlackRock and all those other companies do every day. There's like an implicit acknowledgement that this is how centralized entities act. Well, then that's kind of the point. Then maybe they are a security and they should be regulated as such. And they're bringing down the rest of the industry. Those of us who are actually building
Then
decentralized
Ethereum
technology.
centralized.
Hold
Then
on,
Ethereum centralized. Then go after Ethereum. Ethereum's decentralized, right? See what I'm saying? Ethereum is centralized.
Calm
Kevin.
down. You'll calm down. Hold on. Okay. So we're talking about the specifics of what's being, it's very easy to go back to very high level platitudes and start talking sanctimonious rhetoric that everyone obviously agrees with. But to use that to back up absolutely everything you want to say about Ripple and every specific case, I don't think it's very genuine here.
It's just one state. It's
So,
just one case. So
yeah, but I don't think that, and I
mentioned.
don't think that sanctimonious rhetoric applies to this.
Sanctimonious,
and
really?
Like, please let me finish. Yes, very.
Yeah, your whole monologue before was sanctimonious.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alex had to point it out.
Okay,
it went on for like 2 hours.
I think we're getting off topic here.
Well, I'm sorry how long it is, but it's still true. So when people have asked, as soon as like the FTX stuff happened, and I do DeFi stuff, people who aren't too familiar and who aren't deep into the actual building and stuff going on in crypto and all that, were like saying, "Oh, is this bad for you? Is, you know, the SBF arrest, is that bad for you because, you know, you're in DeFi, you're doing that crypto stuff and everything?" I say absolutely not. It's good. I hope he goes to jail, and we need that. I think to build up trust on founders in finance and crypto, you need to see the bad actors who have done poorly get the recompense, and people need to see that. The public needs to see that. The market needs to see that, so that the ones who are not in jail, it's like, oh well, let's look at these people because they're not in jail. Let's do our due diligence. Let's make sure they're not doing the same things. But we do want to see a fundamental difference between bad actors and good actors. So you do need to cut off the sick branch to let the healthy ones thrive. I'm saying it wasn't until the SEC suit that all of this marketing money started to come out, and you just started to see plastered everywhere like, oh, an attack on Ripple is an attack on the industry. Doesn't matter if you've never heard of Ripple or you hate Ripple, it's attack on all of us. So everybody get behind us now. I feel that has been effective to a certain extent. But those who were familiar with Ripple before then, we rolled our eyes like, yeah, okay, nice try. I don't think it's fair, especially to those of us who are doing good and good actors in the industry, to start conflating the two. And also, it's more you said like, oh, they'll go after every other chain and everything. It's like, well, for one thing, Ripple's XRP network, it's not a chain. XRP Ledger is, but like we're talking Ripple, the company. A blockchain is not, it's a decentralized network. You can't shut it down unless it's private and centrally controlled, at which point it's not really a blockchain, not really the proper definition of it. The whole point of these decentralized technologies is that they are decentralized, and the networks are activated in distributed fashion, so that if you do cut off a big bunch of it, even if most of the network goes down, the blockchain still thrives. It keeps going on. So there's no one to shut down. There's nothing to regulate on. And if there's an office where you're like, all right, everybody, stop what you're doing, and then the whole thing stops, well, then that wasn't ever really decentralized to begin with. So there are the issues that people have had with Ripple XRP before all this has happened. And now the idea that sympathy for them is going to affect all the stuff that everyone cares about is honestly just absurd. It is absolutely absurd. And to defend absolutely any bad actor in the industry because it might lead, or it would lead to just a bad shade on the rest is ridiculous. And it also goes to show, and I'm not, I just don't think you understand how these technologies work and the difference between these things. Your New York banking background is not this infinitely elastic resource that gives you expertise on everything that
you have. Multiple years in this space working with devs and advising projects does so, but that's whatever.
But that could define, in a sense, everybody in this room. I don't really know how much you're talking about.
So your prefacing of the New York.
No, I'm diminishing what you're saying. It's not necessarily expertise.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Whatever. So it's just, and I do give you points on the level of conviction in which you say things. I think it is very masterful, and I genuinely mean that. I think it's good.
Appreciate.
I think you should be.
Points.
I think you should be on CNBC making points there. I think you would get good ratings.
I appreciate.
I mean
that.
I don't mean that as an insult. I mean you're great. You have a lot of strengths. I think that is, but the material, no.
I want to move on. I want to move on to Dan, and then Croissant, and then Anthony. Croissant, Anthony, and then Thierry. I got you, man. The mic's gonna be yours.
There's been a lot of points raised. Some I agree with, some I don't. But it's been like an hour, and this is not going to be very well formed. So I'm gonna kind of just go back a little bit to the crux of this, I guess, the market catalysts and stuff. I mean, the SEC is going to do whatever the SEC is going to do, and all these other things that are external system kind of influences. That's just going to happen, whatever it does, right? And what we want to be, what we need here now is like boots through the door, right? If we want to continue growing, if we want to continue expanding, if we want decentralized systems to really become a mainstay in the kind of technological and social landscape of the future, then we've got to have growth, right? And going back about 10 years, one of the first things that I was doing here was, okay, what would that look like, right? How would you get in your non-financially motivated individual, somebody who maybe just isn't interested, or they've got a busy life, or they just, they don't really care about financial incentives that much, which, I mean, it's quite a lot of the population, right? Because they're just not interested in making a buck here and there. They're quite happy with their paycheck, salary, go home, see their wives, play with their kids, etc. It's too busy. And so I spent about a year back in 2013, kind of like looking forward. What is this space going to look like in 10 years, right? We're going to have all the financial aspects of it, transactions, we're going to have programmable money and all this kind of stuff. But what will really draw in your kind of regular users, your regular people, what kind of things are they interested in, right? And even though like DeFi is extremely important, it's, the kind of the conduit of value transfer within these networks, that doesn't incentivize a lot of people, right? If that was the case, then Robinhood and eToro and all these other kind of more accessible trading platforms would have billions of users on there. But the fact is they don't. There is no bank on the planet that has 1 billion customers. There's this kind of gap, right? Like financial incentive alone isn't enough. What kind of things do have hundreds of millions or billions of users? platforms, social platforms, marketplace platforms, content generation platforms, all those kind of platforms, all those kind of services, those kind of infrastructure are where you get your kind of common person that wants to interact with those applications, right? Because that's something different that they want beyond just financial incentives. Financial incentives and those kind of applications, in my opinion, is a cherry on the cake, right? And the reason I was looking at all this stuff was, and this kind of touches a little bit on the SEC side of things and regulation and all this kind of stuff, was I've always felt that cryptocurrency, decentralized networks, etc., needed to have the quickest explosive growth possible, so that they would become similar in a way to your traditional banking systems, too big to fail, essentially, right? Like these systems have got so many users, so much value locked in them, not just monetarily, but also content and personal social graphs and interactions, business, trading, conversations, all these things. It's so big that if you chop the head off these technologies, then you're going to have an extremely pissed off population. And while I'm very excited about what's coming down the road over the next year, I'm also very nervous that we may be approaching the point where we miss that opportunity, where it's too difficult for us to grow quick enough and explosive enough to be able to get to that point where we're kind of on safe ground in that kind of sense, right? And I don't necessarily agree with the fact that we should continue looking at financial incentives as the key here, because there's kind of pigeonholing this technology a little bit. It's kind of like saying, well, the internet should only be used by academics, right? If that actually happened, because that's what it was originally used for, the base of the internet was academic research, communication, all that kind of stuff, between universities and some defense stuff as well. If we'd have kept it that way and just continued to improve that component of the internet, then we wouldn't be here on Twitter right now having these conversations. The internet evolved, and this stuff also needs to be evolved to get explosive mass adoption. Just some unformed thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Next up is Croissant.
Hey, so amazing panel today. I have loved, hearing all of the different viewpoints for sure. Like, everybody touched on, I think, something just a little bit different, whether, Papa talking about, the trilemma of what a blockchain is building, which is, the decentralization and the security and the scalability versus, Alex early on talking about supply and demand in the financial markets, and of course massive conversation about Ripple. And so there's a lot of different things to go on. I did want to sort of take a look at the past, right? So where did we come from? How did, what were the market catalysts of, the early days, right? So while we've been sitting here and talking, I pulled up the charts, and you see Bitcoin and it just goes way up. When did that start? March 2020. What happened in March 2020? That was when the COVID shutdowns were. I mean, we all, generally know that, but just to pinpoint the timeline, right? So we've all, said, oh yeah, the COVID shutdown, that was a massive rise. And that was people coming in, they had a lot more time, they had, and that focus on the financial side of things, the financial market, as Kevin was saying, with finance sort of being the early leader. I agreed with that. That's why people were coming in.
Don't
right?
get the free money from various governments. That probably helped.
Yeah, the printing press that was
Yes.
just nonstop all night.
Yes, and people were looking to do some investing. Yeah, exactly. And they had more money to do it with, and the time to do the research. So we see the rise start, but it was early. It was sort of slow growth, and then it didn't really have a big boom until October. And sort of just looking through 2020, what happened that year? So in June, we had the yield farming with the release of Compound. We had Rarible come out with which is a decentralized NFT marketplace, where we previously only had centralized marketplaces like OpenSea, and the start of fractionalized NFTs, opening the industry to more buyers, where it isn't just you don't just have the one, you can just buy a fraction and trade your shares. And then at the very end of the year of 2020, when things are kicking off, we had GameFi. So these early March, started, and people started building. And as the builders released their builds, the industry started growing to the very early foundations of what we have today, the different sectors being NFTs and Gods Unchained. And NFTs, though, in particular, I wanted to sort of shine a light on as being a major catalyst in the industry from the art. So all of these people that did come in for finance for sure, they were looking to do investing. But I think there's a large sector of the industry, and this is just my personal opinion, but that came in on the art side where there's artists, hearing for the first time, wait, you can get royalties in perpetuity? Like, oh my God, that was a game changing concept for artists out there, of all industries, photographers, any industry, painters. Every artist out there suddenly had a way to monetize in a new way in a new booming market. So we saw the rise of Beeple during the end of 2020, and as that news sort of infiltrated into mainstream media, it brought in a different exposure. So it wasn't just the financial side anymore. It was more of your average person that maybe isn't into investing, and it just caused them to sort of look. And then when they do, our amazing community here just kind of sucked everybody in. So is my opinion. So people come in and, you're an artist and you just kind of check this out. And then you're like, you see someone else's art and you're like, oh, that's cool. And you see the community and you're like, wait, I can GM too. And I think a large part of that growth of the community, and we said that, I've heard that theory floating around for COVID in particular, when people were just, wanting that community. I think that was a large part of the growth. So where we go from here, based on what we've seen in the past, I think it will have a lot to do with exposure to new communities, just like we saw with NFTs. And I'm going to point out gaming. As a lot of I'm big into the GameFi space, and I think that will be a major catalyst of the upcoming bull run. And what it does, the GameFi market, 3 billion gamers right now, right? And there's a lot of pushback from the traditional gaming industry on NFTs. They've seen the scams, they've seen the PTE industry and some of the things that didn't work. But I think the adoption is there. More and more projects are building right now. And if you sort of follow the same trend of, okay, the growth started in March, the people started to build as the builds released, if you build it, they will come kind of thing, right? So what we have been seeing throughout this bear market is massive investments coming in on the GameFi space. And if you follow the money, where it's going is to a lot of people, funding these GameFi projects to build the indie studios and that kind of thing. So as these GameFi projects release, and it takes a long time to build a game, but many have been building now. Some are being already released. They've already been building a year, and so they're coming out and doing well. And as we see that happen, that's going to be exposure to another market. And so I think catalysts like that are what's going to be really helpful for the adoption. So, and it comes down onto a micro niche scale. I'm getting into a tangent, I'm sorry. As it comes down to a little bit of a micro niche scale. So the other day I heard there's a vegan project, right? That's getting into the nutrition market, the recipe market, a whole other exposure side of things. And just as people build and they continue to get the exposure into these different niches, I think that's going to be a major catalyst. But I totally agree with everyone here that the financial sector catalysts, Noah at the very beginning saying the war on Ukraine, right? As that heals and the markets turn around again, all of these people that were here previously, most likely will a significant portion of them statistically, I would say, will come back. And then from there, it's the exposure community growth as the other side of things, just like we saw with art.
I couldn't agree more with respect to GameFi and Web3 gaming. I think that sector of the industry is going to be a major catalyst for the next bull run. I think we're going to see some of these play-to-earn games really take off. Not play-to-earn, I got it. Never mind. These Web3 games take off. I don't like the term play-to-earn, but I see a lot of these Web3 and GameFi games take off, and big studios coming into the space. And we're already starting to see the beginning of that. So, Anthony, with that said, the mic is yours, sir, and Thierry.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to say, Noah, you've done an excellent job. Look at this panel. These are some of my favorite speakers in this space. So many familiar faces. Happy to be here. I'm going to take a step back and I want to talk about kind of like the grand scope of things at a top level, because I find myself in these conversations and debates, and regardless of whether or not it's the overall spectrum of Web3 versus Web2, or if we get into very specific market segments within these, it's always Web2 versus Web3. And I'm failing to understand how this makes sense, because Web3 is a technology. I don't think that it changes any of the rudimentary fundamentals of any market segment. I mean, finance is finance. Yes, you can have a centralized component or a decentralized component, but the very rudimentary fundamentals of finance, the exchange of currency or some sort of barter, this back and forth and transactional behavior remains the same. And I mean, it exists in gaming, it exists in art, and no matter what facet of a market segment we look at, it's still the fundamentals are the fundamentals. And this is a new technology that companies within those market segments can choose to use or choose not to. And I imagine all of us here being advocates for this space agree that Web3 technology presents a lot of value, and some major corporations are going to start to evolve and explode, kind of startups becoming something special as we see with emerging technologies. And a lot of the big players that exist are going to adopt this technology, and they're going to become further, advanced in their success, or some are going to become kind of, absolved of their state. You know what I mean? They're not going to make these moves, and they're going to kind of fall off the train or off the rails, if you will. And that's just the natural ebb and flow of business and how we see markets evolve. But I don't think the market is going to replace pre-existing markets. It's an evolution. It's a technology on the back end. And I think Peter kind of made a really good reference to that, getting rid of the tribalism and understanding, what value does blockchain present? What value does decentralization present? Because really, the way things evolve is a lot of these corporations are going to start utilizing it. And we're not going to be fully decentralized, just like we shouldn't be fully centralized. We're going to be somewhere in the middle of that spectrum where things can actually work in a way that's successful. Obviously, I think this technology is meant to disrupt what exists because we've become too centralized in a lot of degrees around this world, whether it be government and politics, whether it be finance, whether it be various technologies. Centralization has become a problem. But if we look back, tens of thousands of years ago, when we were living in a tribal state and we were very decentralized, it was chaos. There were problems then too, and that's why we moved to centralization. That's why we started to develop societies, and this was a natural progression. So I think it's just a matter of moving back and forth through that spectrum to find that happy zone where people are comfortable and things are working in a manner that's not abusive or chaotic. So these conversations become kind of interesting at times because we do become very tribal, and I think that's a problem. And I think when we look at how this technology impacts mass adoption or how mass adoption can occur with it, the consumer doesn't care about the technology. Let's be honest, the average consumer doesn't. We're here now because we see value in it, we understand it, and we've taken our time to educate ourselves, or we work within industries that utilize it. But when the internet became the internet and it became mass adopted, TCP/IP protocol doesn't mean shit to most people. They want to open up a browser and they want to find the content that is of interest to them. They don't care about loading up a command line and understanding what happens with servers and communications through networks. It doesn't matter to them. And I think Web3 technology operates the same way. So if we want what we call mass adoption, which I think is more so just the utilization of this technology in a mainstream effort, we have to really just put it on the back end. I mean, this technology is very complex, and geez, I always get your name wrong, brother.
The D, don't worry about it. Much love, man. It happens every time.
Yeah, every time. When we look at it, they don't want to go through the learning curve. I mean, even for us, so many of us here are very well advanced in this space, and it's a fucking headache. Excuse my language, but it really is. So many times we understand it, but just the process and how tedious it can be many times is a problem. So imagine a consumer that hasn't seen the value proposition, doesn't understand it, and is being 15 door-to-door salesmen beating on their door saying, come buy this, you'll find the value, it's coming, don't worry. It just doesn't make sense. So we need to make it seamless, we need to make it fluid, we need to make it comfortable and familiar. And those are, when we look at some of these emerging startups that are going to explode and become powerhouses, I think those are the companies that are doing those things and presenting that user experience, because it's all about the consumer. So that's just my 2 cents. Very chaotic as well. I apologize. Been waiting for a bit and had a lot of ideas to throw together.
Anthony, I'm going to jump in because I actually have to go to a meeting. But I want to say I agree with a lot of your points, and I also disagree. I don't think that this is just a technology. There's a principle behind it, and at least from what I thought. And oh man, I had all these great thoughts, and then you had great ones, and I got distracted. But opening it up with this is just a technology. Emotional tangent as I always am, but I believe that there is a different principle underneath all of this, and it doesn't. I do believe as well, and agree with you that we will end up somewhere in the middle, and this is somewhere in the middle of centralization and decentralization. However, mass adoption, I believe, shouldn't happen until mass education happens, or that should be happening simultaneously. And so there's a lot that ends up getting left out, and I see a lot of people getting wrecked. And and this is where responsibility for us to educate properly. I would not onboard my mother, and she is extremely active on Twitter, and I'm like, girl, be safe.
Yo, send me your handle. I gotta follow your mom for sure.
My mom's awesome. And I'm like, it's like not hard to find her because she's like retweeting me all the time. But she, the first thing I said to her was like, don't do X, Y, Z. I'm giving her a lay of the land of be careful, which I think that doesn't happen a lot. It's like we want people onboarded because we want this to be a healthy, lucrative space, but also, we have responsibility and more responsibility than ever before, I believe. And
I just want to say, Lindsay, that's an extraordinary point. Touche. There is a culture associated with Web3, and I think the technology has evolved, or been, it was birthed in that culture. It started with the mentality that occurred back in well back into the 90s, I guess, with cryptographers, but getting into kind of what had happened with the financial crisis in 2008, and this culture is definitely a huge value proposition of this facet of industry, or this emerging technology, these emerging markets. And you got me. I agree 100% because I'm actually a big advocate of the culture. But one thing that does concern me about the culture,
I'm going to disagree with you now, there, dude, because I agreed with you initially, and then now you've changed your mind and said that you're going to agree with Lindsay.
I don't think
right?
that he's changing his mind, and I didn't disagree with him. And I think that the point is that there was something that was left out, and I believe because he started out one way and then was talking about the culture. So I just wanted to make sure, because it's really important in opening statements, that there's a consistency there. And that's all. There's no like agree, disagree. I think that we're all on the same page here.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to point out though, like that. I think like that. Anthony's saying that it's just a technology. That's fine, right? You can separate the technology from the philosophy or the culture. Like the internet initially was just a technology, but you look at the internet today and you've got a vibrant culture there and a lot of philosophy in there as well. Like you could talk to different people and you'll find all of those things. So I don't think one precludes the other or has to. I think it's fine that they're separate. And in the long term, culture or no culture, I think that both technologies, as the internet has, I think this technology will find its way as well.
But yeah, I mean, it's a technology based in a culture and a principle. And so I don't believe that you can separate the two. And I think that you have to operate, if it's going to work, you have to always keep that like a mission statement and be acting accordingly, and
sorry, that's just where I do want to disagree, Lindsay, and Dan kind of beat me to it. The culture, I do believe, is very important, and it's a value proposition. And I think the companies that don't laugh at me, Dan. You cut me off before I could finish.
I didn't say culture.
The companies that understand. I'm focused on the culture of it because it is a huge value here right now. But and I think that the companies that understand the culture and can implement it in the same capacity as any other organization and how you deal with PR and marketing, if you understand the culture, it's going to be a huge advantage. But what scares me about the culture conversation, the point I wanted to get to, I didn't get to, was that culture is a scary thing and it's easily manipulated. And as much as I agree with decentralization and how we need to disrupt the centralization aspects of our everyday lives, when you have a culture historically that is founded on the principle of for the people, it usually doesn't end well. It's usually manipulated. And even if the initial intentions were good, and the people that pushed that and created that movement had the best of intentions for everybody around them, something bad happens. And I mean, historically, that's the trend. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen here or that's what's happening, But that's my biggest fear about the culture of Web3. And I do disconnect both the technology and the culture. I think they're both huge facets of what's happening here. But again, I see value in it. I'm just scared of it, to be honest, because everybody wants to be a part of that for the people movement. But if we look at the historical trends, how many of them have gone well?
Well, it's because the more people you have in that movement, that the culture gets diluted, right? And like generally, people don't care about a culture being pushed upon them. They want to form their own cultures. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense what you're saying.
I want to go to Mr. Ruiz. You've had your hand up patiently, sir. Thierry, mic's yours.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here with Noah and the whale in the aquarium. I think last time was with you guys. I kind of went into a rant about the bad stuff in crypto. So
every time, brother.
Thierry, I love your rants, buddy. Keep on ranting, man. Don't stop.
All right. So I'll be a little bit more positive, but I'm very structured. I put my points together. But Happy New Year, everyone, first of all. And so here's the thing. I put 6 points together. The first is about the last phase of the purge, and the next is about the positives for once, right? So the last phase of the purge, I think, just to get back a little bit onto the topic, yeah, I think the last phase of the purge is about shifting from this centralization and going back to the basics, where we're onto the decentralized spirit of what the entire space was native from. Yeah. Then there is the market infrastructure that need to be fixed so that there is less pump and dump, rug pulling, and all of that. And finally, I think there is going to be a VC squeeze and kind of like a temporary death of speculation, because that's needed in a way, and they were like overheated markets. Now, the final point on the kind of like the negative side is the CBDCs. So as you know, like I'm involved in the UNITU for CBDCs, and what I can tell you is that as far as the CBDCs are concerned, I don't feel like the public really wants them or needs them, but I do from what I hear in the meetings, I do know that they will most probably impose them in one way or another, right? So just get ready for that, right? Now let's go to the positives. So first off, Bitcoin, it's a protective alternative to the centralized and fiat system. So I think this is something that we need to go back to, right? And it's not only Bitcoin, it's also crypto, right? So we need to use the crypto for what it is. So, and what it is, it's an alternative to the current system that we have. So I think by, you always have a response. By pushing forward towards more CBDCs, it's gonna awaken people onto what is the decentralization aspect of crypto, and what is being sold to us. And it will be a day of reckoning, I believe, in 2023, and I hope, between what crypto is about, and I think it's decentralization. And I think you have also a lot of things that happen the same way with derivatives. So derivatives are a protective protective instrument to be used, and they've been used way too long for speculation. And those who use them well then take advantage of them. Those who don't use them well then take enormous amounts of risks, right? And so my last 3 points is the institutional buildings towards retail products, because I've been in the space since 2016 professionally, and 13 like basically looking at it. And even though I've only been building for B2B and institutionals. And now you have all my shareholders who are telling me like, hey, okay, well, now we know what happens. Now we know the good from the bad. And I myself, I'm being pushed to go towards retail. So I think that is going to be a wave of institutions who have been building, like it or not, in the background, but we're reluctant because of the regulatory uncertainty out there. And I think now you're going to see the institutions going in. And finally, I think that the two positive things here is that if we want the space to grow, we need to push towards the education, towards the decentralization aspect of things. And the good thing that we could see if this happens is privacy solutions as a response to CBDCs. That would definitely, split the apple between those who are in one camp and another. And so I think the last note would be that, if we build correctly without bad players, and I'm really looking forward to purging everybody and including like exchanges, even if they're systemic, I don't care. Let's purge the bad stuff, right? And let's build good stuff, because long scale of things, this is beyond 2023. The metaverse economy, the Web3 space, is going to become bigger than the actual real economy, and that's the only way we can come out of the recession that's awaiting for us. So I think definitely it's going to be a tough year in terms of real economy. It's going to be another leg of last purge, and I hope it happens and happens fast. But out of that, we'll need to use DeFi and decentralization and crypto for what it was intended to be, which is a liberation and a good alternative to the system we have today. Yep. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thierry, look what you did, man. Look at all these hands up now. I'm gonna go to I wanna go to CryptoBite first. Welcome to the panel, and then I'm gonna go to Kevin after that.
Hey, thanks, Noah. Great space. I just want to say I really like this. I think it's important going into a year that we share out predictions and catalysts. I think too many people just cover daily news and random stuff and talk about random stuff and don't actually look at look too much into the future. Which, if we really think about it, that's where this all is going. Like tech and this kind of culture. And if we look back at the early internet, it was driven by making predictions about what the future might look like, and then trying to maybe figure out where we can build and fit into those predictions. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the whole crypto conversation on the side, because I don't think anyone knows the value of where a Bitcoin will be or where an Ethereum will be, as far as people using that to purchase digital goods. What I will say is exactly going on what Theory said and some others said, is that I'm incredibly bullish based on the experiments done by Web2 companies in 2022 and 2021 who have been watching on the sidelines in the metaverse, as far as a real digital economy coming out of this and digital ownership being a thing, right? Like that, I think is that is where we're headed. And I think in 2023, we're only going to see more of that. So now let me just share some data and some facts. Companies that invested in the metaverse in 2022, big companies, LVMH Group, other kind of fashion brands, other brands that look outside of fashion, that have built in Roblox, Decentraland. And I know there's a lot of FUD around Decentraland, but just hold the point here. They are coming back and doing it again. And so people ask, well, why are they doing this? Well, they're doing this because they see a revenue opportunity. And we, as much as we want to be, sometimes we talk about being a society that's decentralized and everything else. Today, we are a capitalistic society, meaning when things work and money is made, then we do it again and we put more investment in. And I think this is incredibly bullish, because if there is one thing we do know, when things make money in a capitalistic society and we build good products and tech, people adopt what is built, and then the people who have built it have money to influence more people to kind of join in on that movement, right? So I am a big believer in digital worlds. I'm a big believer in digital asset ownership, and I think the blockchain ties all this together. Now, what the winning cryptocurrency will be, in which we purchase goods in a digital world, who knows? Like, could be Ethereum. We already use it today. We don't know that, right? I think when we think about, I think there's a lot of people in this space. I heard it earlier that are here for too many people are here for the money. And there was a really good point mentioned earlier that normal people are not driven by making bets on crypto and and investments, right? They barely have enough money to pay for their normal life, but what they do have is money to pay for experiences. They have money for, if their kids are enjoying buying digital skins, they can give that as a gift for Christmas or their birthday, right? They do have the means for that. They have the means for enjoyment and the means for using products that provide value to them. So I'm a big believer in where all this is headed, especially in platforms like Roblox that provide an early insight into what the world may look like in if there is a decentralized currency. Roblox is pretty close to that. And I think that where 2023 is going, I think we see massive adoption of more AR coming in. We see more brands coming into Web3 and building sort of, I would say, their Web3, I don't want to say castle, but they're building their places in the Web3 verse, whatever the heck that looks like. Whether that's a virtual world that people can interact with, whether it's selling a virtual product that they have. I see massive adoption of AR on websites. So augmented reality NFTs, I think, is another big player. So anyways, I have a whole list of, of kind of those predictions in a tweet that I put together. And if you have other questions, you can definitely fill out. I don't want to take up too much of the stage, but there is a future here. And I always say this, like Nike coming in, pretty much taking away the word NFT and saying we're here in Web3 and we're going to build the education structure and we're going to do the things necessary to have more people purchase digital goods. More brands are very focused on that. And the reason is it makes money. If I put $3 into something and I get $300 back, I'm going to come back and do it again, right? And now I have more money to educate, to educate others, to influence. But yes, there's another stat I want to share at the end of this. My last point in this is that there's data that shows in the metaverse, and even whatever we term the metaverse as, but as a business selling digital goods, 5% of my total revenue stream or more will be in digital products, digital goods, and virtual experiences. Now, if you tell that to any big brand, Walmart, anyone else, that 5% of their future revenue will be based on digital experiences, digital goods, and virtual worlds, there's a reason. There's a reason that they're coming in, right? And they're going to use the technology and they're going to use blockchain because people want to own digital goods. That's really the takeaway. What we learned in 2021 and 2022 is people want to earn digital goods. My last point, this is it. The Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas, that's all they care about. They would rather buy a virtual good than a physical good. And there's data on this. This is not some like, oh, hey, is this true? No, there were lots of surveys done to pull back information that says the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas are very interested in virtual experiences. They're very interested in things that connect the virtual and physical worlds. And all of this ties back to the blockchain, right? If there is no blockchain, there is no way for me to own the digital jacket. There is no way for me to, well, there is. I mean, you could have like just a centralized Roblox, but the reality of this is we want a world where, and you even hear it, like Tommy Hilfiger said, I like Roblox because I can start with my digital good in there that I sell to my teens, and then I can use the same digital good and resell it on a blockchain, right? Like I can put it on Polygon and I can have people buy it. Like this stuff is known. But just so you know, these people have been sitting on the sideline and watching. Like everybody thinks that these project founders
in Web3 are these like brilliant, minds. They're smart, they're innovators, but these big brands are just sitting on the sideline and watching the outcome. Oh wow, oops, they really screwed up there. Like that wasn't a good one. Let's note that down. They've been watching this for years. And in 2023, I think what we should be excited about is they are coming, and they are coming in the masses. And the purge is going to be NFT projects which have not delivered, NFT projects which don't have the funds to kind of support a future. These other companies that are established and understand how to plug blockchain into their shoe line or into their clothing line or into the product and services they already use, they will come in 2023 and 2024, and they will start to shape form of what the normal person starts to buy and purchase in the metaverse world. So the takeaway is Gen Zs, Gen Alphas love buying virtual goods and experiencing virtual experiences. I'm not talking about VR. I'm just literally talking about being on a phone and like we are today, interacting in a way, maybe interacting in a game, right? VR is still down the road, although I believe Apple delivers this year on something that could be disruptive. But that's where I'm at. These companies must focus on the next generation, the Gen Alphas and the Gen Zs, in order to stay relevant. And that's really the takeaway, is that they will continue to buy virtual goods. Doesn't matter whether it's crypto, doesn't matter whether it's a virtual jacket. The point is the buying power is there, and they will continue to do it. And there's no entity, there's no SEC, there's no one who's going to stop the cultural behavior of Gen Zs and Gen Alphas wanting to purchase virtual goods, right? Now, what might be available for them to purchase, could be a different story. Anyways, thanks so much, Noah. Just want to share this insight, and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. And I couldn't agree with you more on that last note. I'm not going to re-echo what you just said, but I just spot on. Gen Zs and Gen Alphas are going to be the next big wave of interest and adoption and money flowing into this market. I think it's undoubtedly something that we're going to see happen over the next 5 to 10 years, even sooner. 2023 in your words. Kevin, the mic's yours, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple small points. I agree with Cassant. I would say that it was really the comp token in May 2020. It was May, and the yield farming that kicked off with Compound. That was the single greatest defining moment that spurred everything that came afterwards. And it didn't happen overnight. It wasn't, which I think a lot of people tried to copy, and they did copy that yield farming model and created a whole thing overnight, those things were not necessarily sustainable. But Compound built a very strong platform organically for a year and a half. And then only then we're like, okay, now we're going to distribute this DAO token. And it just so happened to be that people were looking at that DAO token and the way that people were able to get it as an opportunity that was motivating and driving in and of itself, not simply a way to reward and distribute the token to those who are the people who should be getting it and the people who are most likely to govern in the most fair and judicious manner. But then that spurred the bubble. And you always have bubbles in any success. Like it's just going to run away with inflation, just overinflated aspects of the industry, and people trying to get a quick grab, and people get burned. But then things level off. I think of crypto winters as consolidation periods, and I see bull cycles and bull cycles as bull periods as growth periods. And you always have that ebb and the flow. You have a growth period, you have a consolidation period, and right now we're in a consolidation period. At the same time, I remember for years and years, people were just waiting to see that moment again where Bitcoin could go back up over 20,000 or even in the tens of thousands. People were waiting years for that. And then we suddenly hit that 20,000 again. And before we had only hit that for just like a few minutes before things crashed. But then quickly we went to 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, very, very quickly. And
at that time, a lot of us were like, "Oh, well, this is just gonna come right back down because there's there's no way you can just create this kind of money out of nowhere and without any consolidation period. People are going to sell. Things are going to be overinflated. Even if this is the right price for it, we're still going to have to make up for this massive growth by hitting some downward turns so we can solidify it. So, I mean, the causes of the breakdown. I mean, I wouldn't put the war in Ukraine or any other even macro factors. I wouldn't necessarily say that reflects into the current state of crypto. It's just we're in a consolidation period. It was going to happen. Crypto summers have gotten a lot longer, and crypto winters have gotten a lot shorter, and that keeps happening. It's not going to last forever, but that's been the trend. And then to the other, so yeah, I would say let's look at that. Just reiterates my point about how finance is going to be the thing, and DeFi is going to be the thing that really starts the engine again, and everything that does in other industries that do things the right way will have a strong relationship with the DeFi industry, whatever that looks like and whatever that means. I do also agree that 2023 will be a big rise of GameFi, decentralized gaming, de-gaming, whatever the hell. But the technology is largely because they're like we haven't really had like the best technologies yet. There have been the ideas of it. There have been things in development, but we haven't really seen like the really strong stuff come out yet from big industry players and small industry players. But we're getting there. And what I think the greatest impact of that is not just having another industry or another side to the commerce sector in crypto, but the fact that so many other technologies that have nothing to do with gaming, and this is just true in generally in tech, they tend to get inspired by gaming. And in fact, a lot of the technologies directly created for gaming come to be used in finance, in other things as well. So I think that's something to look for. And I think savvy builders will look for like how they can get the edge on something that's not gaming from gaming, which is why it's not something that I personally care too much about. I try to avoid games just because I get distracted too easily. But like, I'm going to put myself into it more now because I just want to make sure I'm not missing out on anything as it starts to rise. And then the last thing on the tribalism notion from before, I agree that tribalism. Uh, I mean, well, I would define tribalism as more of not just an extreme loyalty to something, but a blind extreme loyalty. Like it's not for any sensical reason. And in crypto, it generally tends to be motivated more by the sunk cost fallacy than anything else. It's just like, well, I have a lot of money in Ethereum, and therefore I'm an ETH maxi, or that's where most of my money is, or that's how I learned to do everything. And so my brain is built around this particular ecosystem, whatever it is. So I'm going to be all about that, whether it's a layer one or a layer two and whatnot. But I mean, we shouldn't conflate that with competition, just generalized competition that's conducive to a free market that's prospering. Because like we might see two people as tribal, but it's like, well, your L1 sucks. It's like, well, why? It's like, well, security isn't that good. Your consensus mechanism isn't. It's like, well, no, I think yours is actually the problem, and this is great. Like, then some third person listens to that conversation and is like, you know what? They're both fucked. Let me make this better and make a whole new technology. And then what happens? We get innovation. Ooh. And then we have another paradigm shift. And then everyone gets like you need that competition to motivate the markets to the level of innovate to bring innovation about. So I think we shouldn't discount the importance of that. And we can see that level of not blind loyalty, but competition as really everyone, whereas it seems like tribalism, it is all people kind of saying the same thing, and they do want the best outcomes. They just have different ways of going about it, and it is fine, and I think encourageable to express why certain things are hypothetically more or superior to others. That's how we all benefit and avoid traps as well. So yeah, that's all.
Quick question for Kevin before I move on to, I believe it was Anthony, or Anthony put his hand down. If not, then Bernard. Kevin, you said that the summers seem to be getting longer. I've only been through 2 cycles that came in 2017, but it seemed to me that this cycle it started and ended almost around the same time as the previous cycle. I mean, even though market conditions were entirely different, and the utility that the industry provided was entirely different. It started like mid 2020, and then ended at the end of or beginning of 2022, and the last one was like somewhere like early 2017 and ended. Or no, sorry, early 20. Actually, no, never mind. I think you're right. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong though. Shed some insight for me if you can.
Yeah. It started. I mean, 2017. People were like, I don't know. Let's see where this goes. But it was generally was much better than 2016. But then,
No,
then it
you're
was
right.
really
You're
the
right,
tail end. Yeah.
Yeah. I mixed up the years.
Quick
You're
run.
right. It was longer this time. It was.
Yeah. I feel like the last one, if you blinked, you missed it.
No, you're
so
right.
This one, you had a long time to get in.
Certainly, 2020, and then all the way through 2021, and then even 2022, we had up until like April. There was still a lot going on. So let's, Bernard, welcome to the panel, man. I'm gonna let you get some initial thoughts in.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. So my big market catalyst in 23, pretty much what I'm looking at is more corporate adoption for consumerism. Basically, so consumers more easily spending stuff like Verifone, actually being able to go up to a teller or go onto a website and actually purchase consumer goods. And then one of the things catalyst that I already see already in place was the whole bear market, all the fallout. Right now with prices and everything, I'm sure corporations are looking. They're probably kind of iffy at a point right now still. However, I see as we go into 23 a little bit further, and with news being quieted down a little bit, hopefully, the more corporations are starting to actually look at it a little bit further. And of course, we still want mom and pops and everything. But what I'm looking at is if those corporations come in, that's going to add to a lot of stronger growth. And then, of course, like NFTs, all that type of stuff. I just started dabbling in that a little bit, but like non-fungible tokens, they're not very appealing word to me. And it's just going to be a matter of the assets and what they actually bring. Gaming's huge. I know that's going to grow, but those are the big catalysts that I'm looking at. And also someone mentioned earlier, as far as social platforms, if you see any type of incorporation with that, because you're actually touching, a lot larger user base.
Yeah, right on. Thank you for sharing, Bernard, and I agree with a lot of those, kind of echoing what a lot of the panelists were sharing earlier in the space. Papa, you had your hand up. You haven't had your hand up in a while, so I wanna let you get some thoughts in.
Hey there. Yeah, I've got to run soon, but something I wanted to part ways with you guys on is for kind of the builders in the crowd. What this reminds me of is we're all kind of like in the 2000s, and we're all pushing like the .com dream to each other. But the reality is, like, we have to like shift how we think about presenting this idea to people who are not yet involved. It's the adoption that matters. How we get there, there are a lot of different pathways. The rebound's coming, but it's going to be in the use of the technology, I think. And far too many people are concerned with the market value, the chart going up or down. Kind of poisons the promise of the whole thing. You want these big corporations to get involved, and that's what I'm doing, is implementing it directly. We're taking action. And I'd like to see more of that from the entire space. It's just take action instead of, there are a lot of spaces where like, we got to do this, we've got to do that. Just do it. It's all about your approach and how you present these things to the corporations or to your own partners in your projects, and then shift the thinking so that people can get involved on their level, right? So that's earlier when I was talking simplicity. That's where I was going with it. It doesn't have to be so simple you're going to lose people, and that's what the user experience is about. Meet everybody's goals. We presented a tool that everybody needs that nobody necessarily has, or maybe they do, but yours is better. And I'm going to double down on the sentiment earlier that we should be looking at ways to make things better, because effectively everyone's struck every chord. Just sing a better tune this year. Anyway, I've got to go though.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure having you on. Thank you for those closing thoughts. I couldn't agree more. Less talking, more building, and bear markets are the best time to do that, Papa. You're welcome back anytime to this panel.
Thank you.
I want to go to Marco as a new panelist on the stage to get some opening thoughts in, and then we'll go back, get to Christopher, and then Thierry.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to everybody. To see some other Englishmen on the panel. I think there's been a lot of super smart thoughts. Couple of things from my side, and obviously I'm coming at it from a different side than most here in this room. Interestingly enough, the term Web3, I've started to see from, I'm going to say the beginning of December to now, a lot of meetings I've been involved in, and I've been supporting a lot of my portfolio companies last year in the downturn. So I've been more hands-on as opposed to hands-off. So I've attended a lot of meetings with them. And I'm certainly seeing in those meetings with corporates and with creators, but also on the VC side, the term Web3 is starting to be lost from the conversation. So people aren't using the word so much. So if we come back to the catalyst, I think a catalyst, for me, that summarizes what needs to be a catalyst for 2023, is that the narrative that's used in quote unquote Web3 certainly needs to change. So the wording, and I think this aligns to some of the education piece that people have touched on earlier, you know, things like rugging, degen, Web3, it scares people, right? People are scared of change, and there's certainly, and the word degen, and I'm an older person, you throw the word degen at me.
You don't want to be called a
I have all
degenerate,
sorts
Marco?
of connotations, and I know what it means. And I like it with love, but I think everyone gets my points with the smiley faces. So I think the narrative needs to change. Also, another key component, I think, for me that I've observed in these meetings and from my team's analysis into the sector, and I also liken it to blockchain technology. And I know, I think it was Anthony said blockchain technology, and somebody else sort of disagreed with that. But you know, that's I suppose we use terminology that we're comfortable with. Is and I'm all for. I'm the biggest fan exponent of the creator economy. As I think things need to change, and I think the power needs to sit with creators as opposed to corporates. But that's a political topic for another day. But I think blockchain technology gives them a opportunity to obviously build themselves projects or businesses and ultimately earn money. But of course, if we look at Web3 and the definition of it, that scares corporates, scares them massively. But I look at it, there's potentially a two-sided marketplace, and that might sound quite strange, and I appreciate it sounds very Web 2, but for me, a catalyst could be in 2023, the two-sided marketplace. And what I mean by that is a Web 3-ish, if you like, for creators, and then BaaS for corporates. And when I use the word BaaS, and again, so I don't need to be confrontational, I mean blockchain as a service, because corporates don't have the time, the inclination, or the people, or the expertise to go out and build chains and run chains, but they certainly want to utilize it. And I'm not sure if many people know this, but since the beginning of 2021, there are over 100 of the biggest name corporates in the world that have been utilizing blockchain. But they've not been utilizing blockchain for PFP or art. And yes, there are examples of that, of course, but I look at that more as a test case. So they've been testing, they've been piloting, looking at what additional revenue or eyes it could bring to their brands. But the others have been using it for, let's take Vodafone as an example. Vodafone using it to, how can we streamline down the amount of microtransactions that we have to deal with in the current Web 2 technology? Can blockchain alleviate that, make it more easier, seamless, frictionless, etc., etc. So a catalyst for me for 2023 will be corporates coming into the space, either doing their own thing or using blockchain as a service and utilizing it for productivity and for efficiency, because they're going to have to focus on those two key areas in 2023, because margins have been cut, profits have been cut, and they have a justification to their shareholders, of course. So I think that for me will be a catalyst. And then somebody was mentioning VR earlier. Forgive me who it was. Interestingly enough, I'm also obviously very, very bullish about immersive technologies, but I can tell you since 2016, it's been the year of VR. Every year, everyone's been saying it's the year of VR. We're probably getting to it now, but we're still 5-6 years away. But interestingly, there are more VR headsets in the world than the original Xbox. So people wouldn't even realize that, but there are more headsets than the original Xbox in the world. So that makes me pretty bullish. But also, I think another catalyst for me, and I don't hear people talk about it, somebody touched on with the generations. I look at this, and I was pitched just the other day, actually, and it was the first time that I'd seen a founder dig deep into this and get an understanding of where adoption might come from. And I hear adoption as a word sort of, I'm going to say thrown out ad infinitum, because I'm not sure people really understand what adoption means when they use the word. I'm not necessarily saying I do, but I have a very clear definition. Adoption for me is when we're not talking about it. And he talked about, using Web3 technologies to either A, solve a problem, and I'm not hearing very much of that. What problems are being solved? Because at the end of the day, we're all consumers. And if you all want us to buy, how are you enhancing our life? What problem are you solving for us? Or creating enough desire. So are you creating enough desire for me to want to purchase whatever it is you are building? And I'm not hearing this a great deal from founders from projects in the space. But he was sort of coming with that, and I'm starting to hear more and more of that. But also aligned to that, he was talking about problems he was going to solve for Gen X. And that piqued my interest a great deal. And I'm not going to say whether I'm going to invest in him or not, but he's in the upper quartile, shall I say? Because what he's come to realize is, if we want to get some form of adoption, yes, I understand. And this is an older person talking, by the way. I understand that we want young people to come on board, but unfortunately, the younger generation, the Gen Z, do not have, and some of the millennials do not have the disposable income that a Gen Xer has. And I can tell you, certainly from American UK perspective, Gen X's have almost 3 times more disposable income than a Gen Z. You're all aware that we've had the biggest rise of over 50s retire in the last 2 years. So for me, a catalyst could be people creating something that solves a problem, creates a desire, and taps in to that Gen X, that Gen X demographic, because that for me is where most of the money is, and that ultimately will drive adoption. That was probably very long-winded. I apologize, and I'll leave it there.
Yeah, certainly lots to unpack there, Marco. I'm going to pass the mic to Cryptopher and then go to Thierry and then CryptoBite after that.
Hey, thanks for that, Marco. Good to see you. Hope all is well, fam. I have an industry that I'm looking at, that I'm kind of looking at the stats, and it's something that I'm keeping an eye on as a potential catalyst. And I really like the data that I've seen with regard to not just gaming. Obviously, if you look at the numbers, right, there has been about 3.4 billion in 2022 put into NFT and blockchain gaming companies. So if you can go down the list of everybody who's thrown their hat into the ring and is looking to create on that front. So I'm paying attention to that specific space. Also, payments. I found it very interesting how the payments that have been made using crypto have gone up in 2022 staggeringly. So there's some statistics here that I had pulled up that demonstrate how that has happened and how much of that. It's at 60% in 2022. Crypto payments have climbed. So CoinGate said despite the crypto winter in 2022, they received over 927,000 crypto payments, and that was a 63% increase from 2021. And we see that using crypto as a payment for services is something that is very has a lot of potential. So the CEO of CoinGate states that retailers are starting to adopt crypto as for payments, and I kind of can't help but think about Elon Musk and what he's going to do with Twitter, and if that's going to somehow be a catalyst for crypto, should he somehow implement crypto within the framework of his tech. So I think that would be something that could certainly act as a catalyst. And there you go, how social media could impact crypto. We already see how it has in the past impacted crypto. I mean, we are all here because of Twitter Spaces, and Twitter a lot. We spend half anybody in this space who's building or engaging is engaging on social media. So if we can synergize social media platforms in crypto, that would be an interesting, to me, kind of like catalyst. So we'll see where that goes. But all in all, we've been purged this year. We've had Celsius, with Terra Luna, FTX and Galaxy Digital. If you look at the discounted rate for how they provide BTC to the marketplace, Genesis, BlockFi, Gemini. I mean, the list goes on and on. So we've had a big purge. Now I think there's a vacuum that is going to be filled, and now all of these builders are going to have to, implement lessons learned from what they have seen with regard to all of the 3 Hours Capital and Celsius and Voyager and BlockFi and Alameda. So we now have a responsibility as builders to fill the void with responsible, very well thought out technology that has use case to it. So I'm very interested to see what that new technology is and who's going to fill the void, and what technology is going to replace some of what has been lost, and see how responsible we act as an ecosystem to police ourselves from preventing this contagion that we experienced this year from happening again, because we have a tendency to repeat past mistakes over and over again as a cycle. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So I'm curious to see what is being built on that front to fill the void and to fill the vacuum that exists now as a result of all this tech that's been wiped off the table, and all this market value gone as a result of it. So and I'm always curious to think about what mass adoption means, because I don't know if we want mass adoption in the sense that everyone sees mass adoption like in terms of, oh, everybody uses Amazon, everybody uses Google. I don't know if we look at crypto as an asset class, like like a commodity. Do we really want mass adoption of crypto in the general sense? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know what that would look like, and I don't know if we have the capability to handle that from a tech standpoint, at least at this point in time. So I think when it comes to mass adoption, we have to really think about what that actually means. And there's been so much that has already been said that kind of covers most of the thoughts that I had, so I don't want to kind of be in an echo chamber. So I'll end with that.
Just a quick question on the transaction volume that you had. What are they using, the retailers? I'm guessing they're using stable coins, right?
Yeah, it says here. I can forward you the article too. It's
Oh, that'd be cool.
CoinGate. Yeah, it says he says Justice Polius, the CEO of CoinGate, revealed that the frequency of paying with cryptocurrency was unmoved by crypto winter, with people not reducing the frequency of their purchases but shifting a bit from free flow coins to stable coins. So that is exactly what he sees, and I think stable coins are going to be a bullish catalyst, and that's why I'm so immersed in the Cardano ecosystem, and I do believe that ecosystem has so much growth potential because of the fact that stable coins do not exist there yet, and that's coming. They got JED, you've got USDA, and you've got all this stuff coming. They've only had smart contracts for less than 2 years, so when stable coins in a full, robust DeFi system ecosystem explodes onto the scene with the scalability of Hydra that will hopefully come at the end of the year, I believe in that ecosystem, but I also believe in Ethereum and what it's building in terms of dank sharding and hopefully the stuff to come. So I keep an eye on everything. I'm not a tribalist, and it was mentioned earlier, and I want to hammer that home. Don't be a tribalist. Don't marry your coins. Don't marry founders. Don't marry tech. If you want to marry something, marry technology. Marry the tech that is building the solutions for the future, and if by extension you are marrying certain individuals because you see those people are constantly building high quality tech, then go for it. Then marry that person. But just be careful, because I see a lot of people getting really tribal, and I've seen people laugh when I mention ADA, and I've seen people, people laughed at me when I mentioned Sol, and then, Sol pumped, and then with the FTX debacle, now everybody who was jumping back on the bandwagon of Sol now is fighting Sol again, and it's kind of weird. It's like we can't be fighting each other and putting each other down. We need to support each other and all the ecosystems that participate in this experiment that we're in. And I think if we do that, we're going to be better for it. So I'll end on there.
Thierry, you're next, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I'm gonna have to go shortly after. So I shared a couple of things just before I go. I just want to fud the things a little bit, because I do crave the FUD. I crave the purge, because we saw with FTX that the purge everybody would have been much better off if these things would have been purged earlier rather than later. So now we have this opportunity of purge. Let's purge the whole way. Any bad player, any wrongdoing, let's just kill it, and let's kill it fast. And that will just bring you a better opportunity. So I hope this happens, and it happens soon. I shared a bunch of shenanigans about Grayscale Ethereum fund at the discount of 60%. I think the Bitcoin is about 50. I don't know what's the matter there. I'm going to investigate a little bit more. And then for the Binance, again, I spoke to Caesar back in 2018, and I was telling him, hey, you're going to get raided by the IRS. You're going to get subpoenaed by the U.S. Treasury Department, and he's not alone. Everybody, including Coinbase, is just having the same issue. So I guess here the centralized exchanges should be just like, if you ask me, they should be folding. But hopefully people will get a lesson from their experience, and they will just basically treat the market like a whore and in and out when they do trade. But there is clearly a division between when I started in this space, there were people who were idealists. There were hardcore, cypherpunks, libertarian, who were trying to solve the money problem. But then shortly after, you saw a first wave of people who were just in it for the spec. They were in it for speculating. And right now, I can't see what people talking about adoption. It's not adoption. It's just people trying to make a quick buck. The real adoption will happen when you start solving problems, you start making people's lives better. And hopefully we've seen already 2-3 waves of people who only use the system. And this is usually how it happens, Dot-com bubble was the same. The 95 to 2000 guys were just pumping the space because they were looking at the financial incentives and the potential because they were early on. But then, after the crash, you really started using the technology for real to solve problems, and it was not only speculation. So I expect this thing to be pretty much the same, and so that's why I'm positive in a way. But really, I'm expecting a bigger purge. And talking about stablecoins, I'm happy you mentioned that, because obviously I'm gonna be going towards retail towards the middle of this year, and I'm agnostic. I mean, we've built in Ethereum just because a lot of institutions already are technologically ready to take that. But I'm looking at other blockchains. I'm speaking actually later to Fred from Cardano, and I've been speaking to other people like Polkadot and all of that. So even when I met Joe Lubin back in the days, I told him, "Hey, look, you're an Apple store. I'm an app. You're the biggest one, so I want to be in your Apple store. But just my job is to be a good app. Your job is to be a good Apple store, a good protocol. And please don't fuck it up, because otherwise I'm going to have to move to the next best thing. And as a CEO, your job is to look at what is going to happen 5 years forward. What is the technology that's going to win? And if you don't know, which ones are the ones you're going to have to use and hedge your bets, right? I personally believe that Ethereum moving out of proof of work was a mistake. But, the fact of the matter is, institutionally speaking, a lot of banks here in Switzerland or else have this basic offer of Bitcoin, Ethereum. So therefore, it's a lot easier when you build on ERC20. But custodians are increasingly adopting other protocols, Solana, Cardano, Polkadot, and the rest. And I totally agree. We've seen with Luna that a protocol is basically as strong as its foundation and stablecoin is. The tragedy, in my view, is that we've been trying to use blockchain for which, the ideals were to depart from fiat and were to depart from, a centralized position. And we ended up with stable coins that are fiat and mostly centralized, and essentially, in my view, toxic assets, because you don't even know what's backing them. And so, I believe, like, now, once you have the purge, once you have more, knowledge and more informed decisions playing out, you will hopefully see a little bit less of the speculation, a little bit more of the real use cases, and there you have it. But you look at just before I go, you look at for those pumpers who love the degen and the stuff like that. You look at the market right now. The Fed has been on a trend of raising rates. So far, no indication for a flip-flop, but there will be a flip-flop at some point. So once that happens, the gens are going to come back. So I don't know if this is in the next couple of weeks. There is a case to be made because a lot of people are getting margin called, and I'm talking, 70% down, 60% down, 50% down on FANGs. And so this is not good. So it could really quickly go to even multi-billionaires going margin called. So that's a problem. And the way you see Fed, I don't know if people are looking at gold and the markets as a journal. It seems like it's kind of like bottoming. So maybe there's something we don't know. I don't think the Fed will flip, but there's some indication that they're not going to be as aggressive as they pretend to be. And I don't know when it's going to happen. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more of a fall. But whenever they flip flop, everybody's going to go back to speculation, and that's when you're going to position yourself onto, capitalizing if you've been building, or simply taking the opportunity because you still believed in the space. Thank you very much, guys, and I'm looking forward to see you again, guys. I'm going to invite you for my next space also if you want to jump in. I really appreciate you guys, Noah, Whale, and Aquarium. The rest of them, yeah, you can reach me on the DMs. One last thing, I'm looking at gaming as gamification type of things. If people know how to build gamifications of projects, then please reach me out on the DMs because I'm trying to already I've gamified my life with achievements unlocked. You know, building my company and building a good team, good life, and I think that's the future is gamifying shit that actually makes a value for people. Um, Gamifying being healthy, gamifying being a better person, gamifying building your company, gamifying uh, work streams. That's the stuff I'm interested in. So if you work in this field, reach out because I want to gamify creating value, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. So
Thierry, I'm changing
thanks,
my
guys.
last name to gamification, brother. Reach out. You know, like Kim.com will be Anthony Gamifications very soon. So give me a shout.
Just keep
Oh,
them as
cool,
the
cool.
dip,
Yeah,
please. Keep them as the
I'm gonna
dip.
reach out to Anthony Scaramucci and Kim. Maybe they'll show up on the next thing, so we can all talk about it as well as part of the where the economy is going and so on. So I'll be
It,
hanging out to listen a little bit, but I'll be on the background doing my stuff. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Thierry.
Thank you.
Guys, this has been a 1.5 hour, 2.5
2
hours,
hours.
yeah,
2.5.
Jeez, man. So yeah, this has been a 2.5 hour space. We're gonna keep going. I just wanted to let everyone know that if you like the space, like the panel, give all the panelists a follow. Give the co-host a follow. My name is Noah. I'm co-hosting my personal account too. I'm on the Aquarium. Definitely give Whalecoin Talk a follow because the whole team at Whalecoin Talk is what makes these spaces possible. With that said, let's pass the mic to Anthony and keep it going.
Hey, sorry, head on, Mike. Yeah, I guess I had a few points, but Thierry, you started off saying you were going to FUD, and I don't think any of that was FUD. I think you're spot on with a lot of it. I really like the comparison because you'll hear me use this parallel a lot of the .com bubble and the emergence of the internet compared to how Web3 is kind of evolving in these later states. But one thing to really note, I think, in this bear cycle is that there's tangible value right now. I mean, if we look back, really the speculative phase and the ICO craze, a lot of people had ideas, and they came with ideas. They raised a bunch of money, and nothing really came to fruition. In the overall spectrum of things, and it's very reminiscent of the .com bubble, where if you had a website, you could raise an 8-figure valuation, which is absurd. But I think this time around, there's a lot of real tangible intrinsic value here. There's amazing things being built. The technology is advancing so quickly. And I don't think any of the previous cycles had any even semblance of what we have right now in terms of what's being built here. And I mean, just for a quick overhead view, if you want to see some of the tangible value that's being built here, just follow the Polygon business development team. I mean, these guys, you want to talk about onboarding or mass adoption within the corporate structures, these guys are doing outstanding things. And they're not the only ones in this space. I mean, everybody here is doing amazing things. So I think this bear cycle is going to be very short-lived. I think 2003 is going to be an amazing year. For anybody who knows, I'm a huge advocate of gaming, as I think, with where technology is at today in Web3, it's a very logical use case. Obviously, I see huge evolutions that will impact other markets as we continue on through time. But gaming is a big one. I think it's going to lead the next bull run. So yeah, I'm a big advocate of just looking at the value. I mean, there's some things here that just never existed before. Speculation is always going to happen. There's always going to be those degens. But now that real businesses with real business minds behind them with years of experience in various professional domains are actually building things as opposed to just being idea creators, I think the future is extraordinarily bright and it's not so far away.
I couldn't agree more, Anthony. Again, I just yelled about how big Web3 gaming and GameFi is going to be. And I hope that the bear market is shorter than the previous one, just like the bull market was longer than the previous one. Hope we continue that trend. I'm keeping an eye on DeFi gaming, crypto gaming, but I'm more interested in the infrastructure that supports crypto gaming. I don't know. It's hard to pick which games are going to be the winners, but I'm curious to learn more about the different kinds of infrastructure that people are investing in that's going to support these games. With that, I'll pass the mic to Crypto Byte.
Yeah, no, these are great points. Aquarium, great panel we have up here today. That's one of my critics about a lot of Twitter spaces. not enough credibility, too much clout, and definitely not enough diversity as far as what's being shared. I honestly feel there's a section of crypto Twitter that's just in a clout chasing run instead of carrying on intelligent conversations where real things and ideas can be shared. So thank you guys. I mean, a lot of credibility up on the stage. If you're in the audience and you're not following these speakers, most of these people charge a lot an hour to share what some of the things they're sharing now. Highly recommend you follow them, and I always recommend that pay attention to who you're following and who's following you, because that's going to build your audience and community in a digital world. Okay, let me get off my soapbox. Moving forward here, I think there's two things that I separate in this world, and Marco brought up a few of them, and so did Theory. We have to separate the investment vehicle of crypto from the idea of Web3 products and the technology. These are two very different things, and I think sometimes people put them together. Let me explain a perfect example. Anthony mentions the Polygon business development team. Amazing, solid, solid business partners. They know what they're doing. They know how to get people onto the Polygon blockchain. All right, crypto degens, what's the price of Matic right now? Who knows? Who knows the price of Matic? Yeah, it's not over $1. So why, right? So why is that? Well, the business development team for Polygon doesn't need Matic to make Polygon a success, and the companies building on it don't care about the price of Matic. Starbucks isn't going to say, hey, go get your Matic, and then you can use our get our reward loyalty program NFT, or there's whatever the hell it's going to be called. They don't say that. All right. So I think this is where we have to start recognizing that just because the business development team and the company's doing well, and the investors in there are doing great, and everyone else who invested in the company and the founders are, doing great, doesn't mean you're going to do great, right? There was this myth, I feel, in the last bull run about, oh, hey, if the company and the chain does well, then I hold the bag and, I make all this money. No, not the case. Not unless the business development team says, hey, in order to buy the Starbucks, NFT, you have to hold Matic, which they're not going to do. So I think we just have to get out of our head that these Web3 products being built, the infrastructure being built, has any correlation. It may have some, but it does not have. There's not a one-to-one correlation with the actual cryptocurrency as an investment vehicle. Therefore, if we look at that thesis and we look at the basics of that, one would say, well, Bitcoin is still one of those only things that could be a world reserve asset, could have the values needed, could be a store of investment. I'm not going to get into that whole conversation, but that's where you're at, right? And maybe Ethereum, because a lot of projects are like, hey, you need Ethereum to buy this. Well, then maybe that's something else. But then if we look at everything else, right, Matic's the perfect example. Killing it on the business development front, no reflection in the token. And if anyone wants to share opposing view on that or a why, I would love to hear that. If anyone has data on it, that would be great.
Noah, crypto, you and I were talking about this the other day, and this was on another space, and but I got a hot take, and I got a breaking news that goes in harmony with what Noah was talking about gaming, and I think you guys are really gonna love this. Noah, can I share this freaking breaking news that I got on the gaming front? There's an NFT platform that has filed for an IPO to take on Steam. So basically, they're going to do initial public offerings. So they want to compete with Steam and get rid of Steam's monopoly that's been dominating the gaming market. So what NFT gaming plans to do is they plan to build a platform that brings together gamers, developers, and publishers. And in their IPO filing, this is today. This came out. We believe that the ability to mint and use NFTs in game that are distinguishable and tamper-proof offers gamers more power over their asset and the ability to have an augmented and exciting gaming experience. This was in their IPO filing. So, hey, that's freaking insane. and I'd really love to see it because Steam obviously has stated its stance very clear with regard to gaming. So just wanted to throw that out there. Sorry, Crypto Bytes.
Sorry, Crypto, could you send me Christopher? Could you send me that link?
Yeah, I'll definitely send out the article.
Yeah, sounds really exciting, but it also sounds like there's a bit of clickbait in there. I'd like to see kind of the content behind it because there are a lot of alleged Steam killers publishing right now or working on building publishing platforms, and I'm very wary.
Yeah, but not many that have filed with an IPO and did a Form S1 registration statement with the SEC. There aren't many people that have done that. So they've literally, this is an actually SEC filing that they put on today. And I'll send you the link to the SEC filing as well, dated January 3rd, 2023 too. So I find that interesting, more than just being willing to build and compete with Steam, but go and do an initial public offering, which
what is the
next level.
company?
The NFT Gaming Company Inc. Out of 101 Eisenhower Parkway, Roseland, New Jersey, Suite 300, and it states the executive officer and all the partners and all the attorneys. I'll forward you guys, whoever wants it. I'll just forward you the SEC file.
Go ahead and forward that to me. So my point and where I was going was we have to separate token value from the business development team and the actual success of the business. So that's point number one, right? So the second point is once we look at the what I would say is the investment vehicle of crypto, now we can put on our other hat and we can ask ourselves, what is like the Web3 and even taking out Web3, but what is like that product vehicle for adoption, right? What kind of products are being built using the technology that people will be interested in, right? Like we have to think back, like, right? If we remember before social media, Instagram didn't exist, right? So Instagram, one could say, is probably one of the main drivers of why social media is where it is today, right? And so the question is, what kind of platforms and what game might be built on top of this blockchain technology that people just start using, right? They find entertainment value in, they find reason to maybe buy more digital things, right? Like those are the questions, right? So when we do those things, then we can say, well, right, one could say, with Robux or Roblox with 2.3 whatever million, whatever how many users they have, if they had a Robux currency that was on a blockchain and people are using that as the in-game purchase vehicle, that currency is going to be worth a hell of a lot more than any of the cryptocurrencies are today because it has a real tangible utility use that people need to go get in order to make purchases in game, right? And then obviously you have to go look at the tokenomics on how they would do that, but that would be how you would look at it. If I'm going to hold a bag of something, what is the real utility behind it, right? So anyways, those are just my points, is that just because you have a great product and just because you have a company that may have a token, these things are not correlated the way a lot of people think. My bag does not do well if company does well. So I think those are the takeaways. And my last point is just with the generational targeting. I think Marco brought this up, and it was a really good point. There is a room, and there are certainly products available where we can target the Gen X. I think the point that a lot of the Nikes, Dolce & Gabbana's, LVMH Group, like these larger entities are making that are brands coming into this space is the Gen X's aren't interested as much in buying little kinds of virtual goods and dressing their avatar in a virtual world. They don't care. And what those brands and these companies are focused on is how to keep that going and feed that need, right? Feed the need of the people who want to buy virtual goods because it's really cheap for them to create virtual goods versus physical goods. If everybody just wants to dress their avatar in a game and we spend the majority of our time, say, inside of a virtual world anyways, why do I care what I look like in a physical world? And the brand better be building toward, in that direction. And so while we say, hey, yeah, Gen X's have money to spend, well, you need to build a product in which they're going to leverage. And the money, the metaverse money, and the money that can come in from the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas doesn't have to come in as a lump sum from one person. It comes in as, $5 here, $10 here from a billion people. All of a sudden you have, $1 billion revenue stream, right? And that's what they're looking at. They're looking at my Gen Alphas and my Gen Zs. If they all start, say, I don't know, buying $6 worth of virtual goods a year, and 1 billion people start doing that, well, that's $6 billion. And now if I build in the advertising engine behind that, well, there we go. Now that's another like $4 billion. And so then that makes the Gen X like wealth across the board in a product look pretty boring. And that's why there's so much money and focus being put into Gen Z, Gen Alpha type products, is because the brands don't want to lose their footing, as they move forward. They want to be building for the next generation. They're not interested in trying to educate and explain to the Gen X's how to go into, say, a Roblox world, how to do things. They're not talking the same language, right? So when we talk about product targeting, the demographic and who we're targeting, who we're building the product for, is one of the most important things, right? So I'd love to hear Marco. I know probably Marco's gonna have I'm interested to kind of hear his response to this, because I think there's way more money, and it's proven, in the revenue from Gen Z and Gen Alphas buying little items in virtual worlds over X time frame than there is, say, wasting time trying to target Gen X's thought process, education, buying behaviors, and everything else. The long story short is the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, they get it. The Gen X's, you almost have to put together like this thesis paper, where they'll have to examine it, for I don't know, like, I mean, it's taken me, I'm freaking 41, and it's taken me a long effing time to really understand and put my shoes in that generation of how the Gen Zs operate. So yeah, Marco, go ahead.
Yeah, CryptoBite. I see you. I see you do the age flex. But trust me, my friend, you are not older than me. So, no,
Or me.
Yeah, who you, Cryptopher? Yeah, Cryptopher and I are in the same generation.
Geriatric ward.
Yeah, exactly. You raised some great points, and I don't disagree with anything that you said, apart from there's a but, and the but is in normal times. I would agree with your total philosophy, but we're not in normal times, and I'm sorry, Noah, to disappoint you when you said, I think you said earlier, you see we're coming out of the bear sometime this early this year. This is obviously just from my side.
No, I didn't say that. I don't think we're coming out of the bear market this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're coming out of the bear market either. I definitely didn't say that.
Yeah, it's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to be this year. I see. I have a PE arm to my firm, and the guys crunch the data and the cycles and the charts and stuff. We believe an uptick in Q4, and I've been saying that for a couple of months now. Uptick in Q4, but we certainly are not going to be out of the bear, and we're moving more and more increasingly potentially to deflation in more and more countries, and we apply the disglobalization. I don't like to call it deglobalization, but the disglobalization that's going on with the supply chains, etc., etc. These are all going to impact the markets, and we've not yet seen it. So my point is, I don't disagree with you, although in the next 12 to 18 months, you've got to try, if you want to build a business, you've got to try and find, typical marketing scenario here where you build your personas. You've got to try and find where the propensity for people to buy, where they sit. and in demographics, it's why I raised the Gen X scenario, because they're the ones currently with more surplus money than other generations. So that's why I highlighted that point. But also, I think, you know, you and I are aligned because obviously we go about it in different ways, but we're saying the same thing, you know, problem you're solving or the desire. But also, I think, you know, this is something that people also forget. You know, this is an emerging technology. And as I've highlighted my age, I've been around a few. And in fact, I built a company in 2000 that was an emerging technology that you probably all use every day without even thinking about it. And that was something called e-learning or online learning. So I was a pioneer of that emerging technology. So I have gone through this, right? I've gone through this myself personally in building a business. Thankfully, with blessings, it was a successful exit. But my point is, and I didn't know this at the time, you know, I learned this over the years through being a founder and then being on the other side as an investor. Emerging technologies, and it's well known, you know, has 4 cycles. And I believe, and we were talking, you guys were talking about the purge. I missed that because it came in a little bit later. You know, I don't disagree with you around the purge of the bad actors. Let's call them the bad actors being driven out of the space. And I think the community will do that. I'm buoyant, I'm bullish that the community will govern itself and move them out. But you know, time will tell. But you know, in emerging technologies, you see the dross drop away and the cream rises to the top. People are actually building something of value to a consumer. That's happened since eternity. But when it comes to emerging technologies, the first cycle in an emerging technology is where I believe we're at, which is why you have bad actors, which is why you have projects that are doing well. We are in the research and development phase of the emerging technology cycle. And this is, you know, people talk about the brands coming in like the Nikes, etc., etc. As I highlighted earlier, they're just piloting. They're testing. They're in the research and development phase. They're waiting to see what others are doing, but also, you know, they've gleaned some knowledge, some data, some experience from piloting and testing. And if we think about enterprises, you cannot go to an enterprise and say to them, oh, what CRM are you using? Oh, I'm using Microsoft Dynamics. Brilliant. Here's Salesforce. Implement Salesforce into your organization. We all know they don't tomorrow switch a button and switch off Microsoft Dynamics and put on Salesforce. They pilot and test it first. And I think that's what we're doing here as an ecosystem, both from a corporate perspective, but also from a creator's perspective. And that's why I get a little bit disillusioned sometimes when, you know, what's a rug and what's not a rug and a slow rug, etc., etc. Do you know what? I truly believe some founders built projects with all good intentions. I truly believe that. Well, I hope that, because I do believe in people. And for whether through lack of commercial awareness or business acumen or just, you know, knowing how to run finances, they made some mistakes and therefore the project or the business went down. But you know, I'd like to think people will learn from that and they will drive on. And yes, there have been some scammers, but you know, we do this generalization sometimes, and I think it goes back to the very first point I said. We need to change our narrative, because CryptoBite, you talked about you know, NFTs and in gaming, and I'm very bullish about gaming. I have gaming investments. I'm very, very bullish about it. I'm not so much in and around how NFTs will work with it, and I'm certainly not about play to earn, but that's a topic for a different day. But I also think we again, to my narrative point, we've got to be a little bit careful, because at the end of the day, an NFT is built on a smart contract. Smart contracts tons of utility, tons. So I think again, as I was saying, we just need to be a little bit mindful of how we talk and broaden the conversation a little bit wider, as opposed to, I observe most people when they talk about NFTs, they're actually talking about PFPs and NFT art. And, you know, maybe we need to drop the term NFT, I don't know, and just talk about art PFPs, whatever the case may be. So I just wanted to jump in on that one and hope that sort of answered a bit of your questions there. But in essence, I'm in agreement with you. It's just you've got to adopt your model for the times that you're in currently. And Anthony, thank you for yielding to me.
No worries, brother.
Anthony, go for it, man. The mic's yours.
I was going to say brilliant points from Marco and crypto. I'll start going back to crypto. I think the first point first thing I want to mention, because it's kind of ironic, as you had the Freudian slip and said Robux, that exact moment one of my sons was handing me his iPad, asking me to buy him some Robux. Ironically, who would have thought, right? But getting to the point about tokens and business development teams and value creation, and looking at tokens as like a profit sharing model or an investment raising tool versus the utility on the chain, I think that is probably, in my opinion, the largest educational point that needs to be made this year. And I don't think it's just at the retail level in which people don't understand this. I think many founders, whether it be just due to a lack of business savvy or experience, or experience in the financial sector, or understanding what the utility of their token really is, and if they even need a token with what they're building, I think that misunderstanding and those blurry lines has been catastrophic in this space. And again, not even just necessarily malevolent behavior, but somebody people just not understanding or not executing in the right way. So I think that does have to be something that lines are drawn and clarity is defined this year. And I think a lot of people need some education upon that. And I think even some of the most successful founders in this space, building some of the most beautiful things, are looking to better understand that. Because when we start tying finance into these various market segments and technologies, it becomes confusing. So I think that was a brilliant point. Again, Marco, too, you mentioned founders not necessarily having bad intentions building, and how we define rugs and things like that, and painting everything with the same brush. Again, another really good point. For some reason, in the culture here in Web3, we look at everybody as if they're not bringing you amazing ROI and instant yields, and you're not a successful project right off the bat, that you're rugging people and your intentions were bad. But if we look to real business, and I shouldn't say that in that way because it can come off in the wrong connotation. When we look at business outside of this ecosystem that's emerging, most business entrepreneurs or startup businesses, they fail. They fail and fail and fail. And those that do succeed usually fail several times before they do. And we don't look at that as rugs or scams. We look at the intentions and the practices to determine whether or not someone had done something unethical or illegal. Because realistically, if every business succeeded, we wouldn't be here on Twitter Spaces right now. We'd all be driving around in our Lambos having a great old time. That's just not how business works, unfortunately. So those are just 2 points I wanted to chime in on. And there's a few other I had, but I lost my train of thought. I've been very busy throughout this Twitter Space. I apologize for everybody. I know I've been a little chaotic. I'm not usually so poorly spoken.
Did you ask your kid what he was trying to buy on Roblox?
That's what I was curious about.
Yeah, no. What was he interested in?
I've stopped asking that question because as I try and educate my boys on positive financial decisions, and how to be fiscal with their funds, they're not ready for those conversations. I think I keep pounding it in their heads, and they just keep giving me pushbacks.
What's the utility? What's the utility? Why are you buying this thing?
No. More just like what he was buying. Is he buying like a hoodie from a brand? Is he buying I'm always asking that question, because what I found that was pretty fascinating in one of the Roblox surveys that a lot of people don't realize is that kids are actually fairly even teenagers. When Dunda did their so-called test, and Marco's right about a lot of brands, and Anthony's right about. His brands are testing. We're in that cycle of discovery, of test and discover, and kind of sit on the sideline and watch the results. And does it make more money? If yes, then put a little more investment in and keep going. But my point in that is that one of the interesting things is that from that survey was that kids actually understood the Dundas and some of the things they had seen. And the reason they were buying it in Roblox, that fashion piece, was because they had either seen it, heard about it, seen something on TV about it, seen something on, another platform. It's just really interesting because Dundas actually didn't expect that age group to understand kind of to like buy that type of item, and yet they did understand it. And so that's sometimes some of the things we have to take a step back and ask ourselves about is if fashion is going to be identity, and obviously people's identity is an avatar in the metaverse,
than they care what it looks like. And they also are really locked in on spending money to make their avatar look right. And even just the way we change our clothes to go to the gym, or change our clothes to go outside, or whatever the hell we're doing, our behavior in the metaverse and our behavior in those virtual worlds is very similar. And I think that some of these studies are really starting to show that. And from 2021 to now, it's pretty fascinating, the data that's coming out of that, as far as how people act in that game, and how people understand sort of the Robux currency. And what's even more amazing is how they understand how to build as a community. So there's some really intelligent builders in that community, incredibly smart people, who are building experiences and figuring out how to kind of formulate a community around themselves and around the worlds that they build within that game, which really goes to the creator economy and really plays into the digital economy for the future, which makes me so incredibly bullish on where all that's going. But yeah, I'll hand it back to Noah. Sorry, Noah, I didn't mean to go off on a ramble there, but I always am curious on what the kids are buying within Roblox.
I can follow up on it real quick. Sorry, no, to cut you off here. But just to provide some insight and context, I have two 8-year-old boys. They're twin boys. They're vastly different, but there are some overlapping similarities based on what you just referred to. Influencers on YouTube dictate what my boys buy. Now, their behaviors and their interest in what they buy is a little different. One son is very brand oriented. He likes to have what is fashionable, and he likes to be able to represent himself with that kind of clout. The other son, he's a builder. He's going to be a builder. He wants to have, he's got his own realm. He likes to build a mansion, but both of their purposes at the very end of the spectrum are to look for social interaction. So when he builds his stuff, he has his realm, he builds his big mansion, and then he goes around and says, hey, I have a mansion, come to my realm. And he invites other people into it to interact and show off. And then my other son, of course, he just goes out into the atmosphere as more of an extroverted person and shows off what he has. But getting to the concept of them understanding, yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything that they want from the ground up, whether it be material objects, for Christmas. I saw this influencer on YouTube. He showed me this, and they refer to the toy kind of not understanding the brand of the toy, or what even the model name or anything along those lines, but as it was referred to by the influencer. So I have to go look through Amazon and find these things. So there's a huge impact on that, and the understanding in the child's minds from my experiences with these two boys is definitely that. It's interesting.
Yeah, if he has that interest, I would definitely encourage getting him into the UGC Roblox Creator Program sooner rather than later. There's such a the people in that program right now are definitely making bank and already working with some of the top brands. I actually, part of what I do is working with that community, and seeing some of the brands that have reached out to these 17 and 18-year-olds to build stuff is just crazy to watch. And it's just such a great opportunity to get their name out there. Like, how many of us wanted to have an opportunity to work for LVMH and something, and all of a sudden this 19-year-old gets the dial in, hey, can you build this asset for us inside of our next Roblox experience? A lot going on there. I could talk about that for hours, but I think it is interesting, Anthony. I think that was another key point. Hopefully everybody in here took note on that. They're not getting their buying behaviors from anywhere else but YouTube or the digital world. Like, let's soak that in for 1 minute. Where are the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas getting their buying behaviors? It's not on the TV. It's not that car commercial that they show during the football games. It's who they see in the virtual worlds, because that's where they're spending their time. And just so you know, I think the virtual worlds of the future have a very positive mental health influence on society as well. Unlike the negativity that the TikToks and the Instagrams have caused, the studies coming out of Roblox from the psychology effect, outside of some of the, oh, well, you might get into the nude world, whatever the hell else goes on, like that happens on the internet all the time. But the overall positivity of engagement, communication, and early network building, like communicating with others from other schools and stuff, and being able to be creative and build something together, is nothing but positive. And that is way more positive than, imitate this thing on TikTok or do this thing on Reels. They're really saying that the psychologists behind the whole Roblox are showing that the creativity to explore the outdoors is higher in kids that are on Roblox. The creativity in general to want to build something and be more entrepreneurial is higher on kids on Roblox. Like I could just continue to go down this list, and Roblox is very aware because they created the Roblox uh, user-generated content UGC community because they want the best of the best. So what they're doing is they're taking applications from all these people who are good programmers, good 3D builders, all these things, and they're getting to them early. And then, wow, what we're seeing is they're growing from, the age of 13 up until they're 18. Now, this isn't for everybody. So I'm not saying go, force your kid or go, force someone into doing something. But we always say, and I always say this, if you want to be valuable in the market, you have to have a skill. And one of the best ways when you're young to develop a skill is to hone in on what that skill is. Are you going to be an athlete? Or are you going to be more of maybe a digital builder? What that is, right? And if you are going to be a digital builder and you see your kid has a lot of creativity, or you see, your nephew has a lot of whoever you see has a creativity, highly encourage you to get them involved early in building in Roblox. Anthony, I think that's great that your kid is already building mansions and the social dynamic, and just think about where that can go. As Roblox and other platforms grow, they're going to be able to take that skill set and transfer that into the next 3D world. And I'm just going to say it right now. You can FUD, you could say whatever you want. This virtual world concept isn't going anywhere. The problem is most people don't understand it, and that's the fundamental jump that most people need to make. And it's not being built for it's not being exactly built for the Gen Zs. Yes, there is target there. It's really being built for the Gen Alphas and the Gen Zs who are really in that younger bracket, who they want to capture from the beginning, grow them into the community, and they understand the value of digital communities, building as a community, building and selling things in virtual worlds. That's why people say, why Roblox versus Fortnite? Well, the reason is that it's solely focused on building things as an entrepreneurial team, building social networks within a larger community, exposing your imagination, desire, and creativity, being able to share that with others, and also being able to connect with people throughout the world, which is what we're doing right here on Twitter Spaces, right? So I think that we just have to get into our head that that is the way it's going to be. And there's no way in the technology loop ever that things reversed. People who used Facebook moved to Instagram, moved to social influencers, right? It never went backwards. People went to Facebook, who wanted to move forward in the technology curve, didn't say, oh, you know what? Nope, nope, we're going to go. But we've never seen it go backwards. So we're only going forward. So forward means 3D worlds, digital communities, entrepreneurial, the breakdown of an economy that can operate, just within the US. You can get people across the world, work together in a Discord, and create an amazing product, right? And so remote work, entrepreneurial things, building things together, all of that is only going to accelerate. And so anyone who's trying to FUD or say that's not going to happen, well, you better put on your research hat, because we are headed in that direction, and that train is not stopping, because the influence in the younger generations already there. Anyways, I'm going to hand it back to Noah, as I don't want to go down that road any further. But yeah, if you want to learn something about where this is all going, study Roblox.
You sold me, brother. He signed up for UGC, and I'm going to sit him down tonight and start charging him rent.
I'm studying right now.
Yeah, not at all crypto, but I'm glad you joined and started sharing that, because I think a lot of people are sleeping on the amount of interest and adoption that Gen X and Gen Alpha is going to drive. Gen Z and Gen Alpha is going to drive. I know they don't have as much capital, like Marco mentioned earlier, but I think that it's a matter of time before we see a shift towards people spending more time, the majority of people spending time online in these like mini metaverse silos than in even the real world.
I mean, we're in a metaverse silo right now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you today had I not, fumbled out of bed and like, I got a shit ton of stuff to do. But I saw a lot of prominent, people on the stage. That's the same thing within a game. You connect with your communities. You do things. You go on quests. You learn about new things. Like the the ability for imagination and stuff, people do not value enough. And I think too many people in this space are stuck on making a bag, but aren't really thinking about what the actual generations and what the actual culture is behind all of this, and the direction that is moving. And anyone who wants to try to push the other direction, go look at the surveys and the data, because it's not changing. So one of the things that young companies do, and Marco and Anthony can attest to this, is when you're building a young company, you're surveying, you're asking questions, you're trying to freaking understand, because you're just hoping to be around the next year. You need to be relevant, right? You're just trying to keep the lights on. And so these companies are constantly surveying, constantly asking, hey, well, what we did this year, did you like that AR experience? Oh man, did you like, what? And when you're navigating this new world, it's really hard to stay relevant. It's hard to stay alive, because you better hope that you're on the right track. Because if you're not, well, now, it's time to pack up shop. But the good news is all that data is coming back as only positive momentum. And I encourage people to go learn about this rather than think that no one's going to do it, or think Instagram has it all figured out. I'll leave this last fact. Everyone looked at Horizon Worlds by Meta and shit on it. They forgot one thing. They're building in the direction of VR because Apple is moving into the VR front. They don't want to get squashed, but they're doing something else that nobody recognized. Horizon Worlds is going to be available on Instagram, on your phone, and on a desktop coming within probably this year, if not within the next year and a half. People didn't realize that announcement. Instead, they fudded to the ground. VR world, no one's going to, Horizon Worlds. People don't listen or think about the actual, why is a billion-dollar company setting themselves up this way? Well, they're setting themselves up this way because they need to invest a lot in the VR, and it's easier to build a mobile gaming experience and stuff like that if you already have the track going on the VR front. So my point in all this is, get ready, ladies and gentlemen, coming to your Instagram soon, Horizon Worlds, all that kind of stuff, game loops, gamified experiences. It's not going anywhere. And so if you don't like it, well, then stop using technology, because it's not going anywhere. I think gamified experiences are the future.
And hey, Noah, Gen Alpha might not have a lot of capital, but they sure as hell not extracted from our generation, so I wouldn't worry about that either.
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. A lot of millennials, I have tons of friends with trust funds and a lot of hand-me-down money from their grandparents that love them very much. Don't even get me started on Gen Zs, man. They're again, I'm speaking from my own anecdotal circles, but my little cousins are spoiled rotten. I wish I got half the money and the gifts and all the good stuff that they get. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a big wave of money even flowing in from Gen Zs, just from all the gifts and presents, and I don't know, all the wealth that's passed down to them from their grandparents. DH, man, I'm so sorry. You've been waiting patiently. You're new to the panel. Your hand's been up for a while, so the mic's yours, brother. And then I'm gonna go to Marco after that.
Yo, what's up, Crypto Bite My G? I've already got a bunch of G's in the room with the whales and Anthony Croissant here, and I also see Mary Beth down there, one of my favorite peoples. And I hope she's taking notes, because I'm going to say something right now for the first time. This is the alpha. This is the year, Anthony and Crypto Bites and Marco, of 2020 OG, okay? Everybody in this space, we're the freaking OGs. We need to lean into all this stuff that we're doing. You need to bring your style, your substance, who you really are. Because I've been listening to Anthony talk about his two sons, and I'm like, I need to have them as consultants, because everything I'm about is I want to know what people love, what they like. I want to be out there. I want to be extrovert. I invite people to my castle on a daily basis. I'm like, get in my Discord. Come here and play me in Splinterlands and with Anthony and Croissant and my buddies and stuff, right? The mentality that these kids have, Gen Z or whatever you are, playing Roblox and these video games, we need to have the same mentality as we're building the Web3, our NFT projects, whatever we're doing. There's been so much amazing good alpha and insight in this room right now of how people think, how technology works and interacts with us. I freaking love it. In fact, I'm DMing Croissant and Anthony. I'm like, we need to do this out on a daily basis, right? This room is freaking amazing right now. I want to give you guys applause right now for this, because I'm all about Web3 being authentic and about being real building and not any of this engagement farming, whatever. Kids especially and people that are like really connected with what they care about can see right through you. If you're somebody that's like really highly intelligent and you're like, say you're like a dev or something or a builder, they want to connect with people like you, but you need to show your style, who you are, what you have to give, right? Like if you have a situation like Roblox or a metaverse or something where they can buy like clothing to wear or something, right? We see this happen. Like Scottie Pippen just came out with some shoes that look pretty cool, whatever. All these wearables and stuff. The thing is though, they have to have an actual place where they're going to use it and wear it and everything, right? People need to start developing games and systems for it to work. I'm so inspired right now. I think I need to get in Roblox like immediately. Like we've got to take action and connect with people, right? And get this stuff going because literally the people in this room and the people that are building in Web3 right now are the OGs still. We're still so early that like that edgy artistic punk nature of what people love is like what we are right now. Crypto Bites is giving me hand claps. I love it right now, man. You are freaking amazing. You are amazing. Marco's amazing. Thierry, who I actually talked earlier, I love Thierry because I can pronounce his name very well. And now Gio's here. So many awesome people in this room. Who did this? Anthony, is it your fault? Who brought all these amazing people here? Are they following you around? Okay, so I know Anthony's got amazing engagement because he's such a beautiful, bright personality, and also Croissant too. And I have been actually watching videos about croissants all morning, so that's why I'm so hyped up right now. Last night we were even playing Splinterlands and hanging out and doing all kinds of stuff. Like the metaverse, really, guys, is whatever you think it is. It could be Roblox, it could be whatever, but I want to be engaged in there with people doing things, and those are my G's. 2020 G. I just literally listening to you guys, I figured out my hashtag of what this next year is. Okay, people are saying 2020 we, 2020 me. I actually came up with that one, but 2020 G because you guys are my OGs, and like I want to share everything I have, my style, my personality, who I am, my life with you. And yeah, I do, we say like Anthony, when your kids are influenced by YouTubers and influencers and stuff, I want all of us to be that person. I want Anthony to do cool stuff that I want to have. You know what I mean? So you have all these opportunities here in front of you to show who you are, what you do, create brands, whatever. And that's what's so exciting about NFTs and the artist landscape that we have in Web3. And yeah, people might have different approaches, right? But if you really want to connect with people and you really offer something cool, kids and people that are connected can really see that, right? Like the people in this space that are doing engagement farming and they're just doing Twitter spaces just to get like drama and Jerry Springer type, like, good cop, bad cop stuff and negativity and just trying to engage, like young people don't care about that. It's all those older people that are like desperate for engagement that are into that. Young people are like, whatever, I don't have time for that. Like I want to do something. I want to connect with people. I want to be in a metaverse playing with my friends. Oh yeah, I want to go see your castle or whatever, right? And so I think it's really us that's going to be able to connect with that and have a future where we can do cool stuff. We can be, not the next Nike, but just some different complete thing that we really think is awesome that represents who we are and what this thing is that we're doing in Web3. I think that the people in this room right now are a big part of what's going to happen in Web3. So show everybody who you are, right? Like, and what's going on. And Crypto Bites, like, I swear, like I go through rooms and try to ask people questions. I'll DM them and be friends with them. And I'm sitting here being like, oh, I need to DM Crystal Bites right now. Like, yo, you rock. Like, that's the thing. Like, how kids interact and they'll just go up to someone and say hi and be their friend and be like, hey, you're cool. Or I like your shoes or something, right? That's how I operate on a daily basis. I don't care, man. Like, I just want to be people's friends, right? So I love the sentiment going on in this room right now. So this aquarium place that's full of the whales or whatever, I'm saying this is where all the alpha's at, man. So I really super appreciate that. And I really want to hear more of people's insights on how you are representing yourself in Web3, because like, we can be a dev or a project founder or a community builder or whatever, and you can be really hyper intelligent. But what is it about you that makes people want to be like part of what you do or your project, right? Like I am in love with so many people in this room right now and want to be their friends. And I'll probably go into other rooms that they're in or see what they're doing and pursue that. And I think that's really the heart and soul of being alive, of being part of something, right? I love being in Twitter spaces like this. And I love giving Anthony a really hard time. Like I literally would text him all day long and like harass him. It's like so much fun because he'll do it right back to me. And that's way more valuable than him being like a super insightful technologist or something, right? Even though he is very insightful. But that allows me to build a relationship with him and build relationships with people in this room where I can really trust you and have really thoughtful, knowledgeable interactions in information exchanges and really actually be like I literally woke up this morning, Wales, and people are texting me. They're like, "It's 2023. What's up, my G? I want to reach out to you. I want to see how you're doing." You know, that's what we need to have more of in Web3, and we do have it going on. But, anyways, I'm super jacked up and excited about this space right now. I'm going to retweet it. If you haven't retweeted this space, you should do it right now. In fact, you should just do this space all day. I don't know how long it goes, but I'm a big fan of it right now. I'm giving you claps. I'm giving you the biggest ups right now. I've never done this in this space. Anthony and Croissant can probably attest to this. I've never just told people that this is the greatest space ever. Okay, maybe once or twice. But anyways, you know, that's what it's about.
I can confirm. Hype text DM me here on Twitter. He screenshot this space and he DM'd me like 20 minutes ago, and he's like, "Holy shit, this space is awesome. We need to do this all the time." I'm like, "Dude, it's the Aquarium. Wednesdays at 11. Put it on your calendar, obviously." But it is. He's right, and it's one of the greatest spaces in the space. That's a bit of a tongue twister because I love the intelligent conversations and the coming together of that side of things. But yeah, I can confirm that did happen. He is very hyped about this, as he should be.
I think for me, like, it's a credible space, and I think one of the things that people don't recognize, and someone actually asked me this, that I was bringing in, actually pretty prominent, VC person that didn't know a lot about this, and came on Twitter Space and was trying to navigate through the spaces, and they're like, "Wow," they're like, "I cannot believe like what I listened to." You hear one thing, but it's really hard to find credible spaces. And so, no, I do just want to attest. I don't do this often, but we got to figure out, I think, how to, and maybe you have a natural skill to this of bringing the credibility of Web3 together. And I've walked into spaces before and flat out not fully called it out, but just asked hard questions to really understand who that speaker panel was. And I try to not really hop up on stages where I don't really feel that the speaker panel is resonating a message of education, a message of sort of goodwill, where it's more of we've, formed a tribe or something, and we're here to, I don't know, like build an audience and then throw an NFT at them, and just sharing a bunch of knowledge to me that isn't valuable knowledge. And I'll tell the audience real quick. One way you can evaluate the credibility of a space really quick is to have, your smartest person that in this space just hop up on the stage and ask some questions, and then just listen. You listen the audience to the answers that you get, and if they start to not align in the right direction, then you can understand sort of the credibility and really the diversity of the stage. And so I guess I'll say it one more time. I'd highly encourage people to connect with everybody on the stage. Because this is real thought, this is real conversation, and these are credible people. This is not just these are not influencers who are sitting here trying to pump their bags. These are people who intently want to help learn, want to grow, and we need more of this in crypto Twitter. So no, I'm going to challenge you to figure out what needs to be done here so that we can have more credible stages. Because you obviously formed the stage, so now I'm gonna throw that challenge to you. How do you build a credible stage? How do you evaluate and continue a good speaker panel going, where people are really learning and there's a direction of conversation, from the right people who have the experience and the knowledge to talk about things. Because there's too many people in crypto Twitter who just talk, and they don't have the experience or value to be discussing the subject. So anyways, that's all I got to say.
Well, the credibility of this stage just increased because now Youssef is a speaker. So enjoy.
Well, I'll answer your question very quickly before I pass the mic to Marco. I think that one is just doing it. Someone was on stage earlier. I don't remember who it was that was like, stop talking about it, just do it. And so we just started hosting a Aquarium spaces, and we have people come on, and I remember who's really good and who's smart, and try to keep in touch with those people. We join other spaces as well, other notable spaces as well, and I'm a speaker sometimes on those. Sometimes I'm just listening, and I keep note of who is intelligent and who knows how the space works, and how, or rather, who's intelligent and who knows a lot about Web3, and I keep note of those people. And so when I put these panels together, I just DM everyone that I think is going to be able to speak on the subject. Sometimes the subject is more it's more niche subject, and other times it's very broad. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of how this spaces and the speakers come together. As for the way that they're facilitated, I could respond to each person that makes a comment or makes a statement, but then I don't want to talk. I can talk forever. If you think, I mean, I've called other people out on going on monologues. I can go on a long fucking monologue and talk forever, and that's not what that's not what the aquarium is for. The aquarium is more for me to listen, and especially when we have a lot of panelists, it's for the panelists to be able to speak and exchange ideas, and the audience to be able to listen and learn. And hopefully, through that, we are just a tiny catalyst in helping drive mass adoption. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. I pretty much welcome all discourse. It's been a few times, especially in the Dogecoin space, that lasted 7.5 hours, where I had to mass mute. Really, just like if people are being disrespectful to each other, I'll mass mute and kind of keep things tame. But otherwise, anything pretty much goes. I will sometimes cut people off if they're going on long-winded monologues, because it's like if you're bringing up like 5 topics in a 10-minute monologue, it's kind of hard to stay focused. But apart from that, it's just trial and error, man. We do this every week, and we get better at it every week. And hopefully, this will be somewhere that people come to learn about Web3 and things that are being built, and from the experts speaking on it for the years to come. And with that, I'll pass the mic to Marco.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, just great stuff. It's very hard to formulate a credible stage. I'm just going to say that. People think that's hard to do in the real world. That's really hard to do in a digital world. And I've struggled with. I've just got so many Twitter spaces. I've been, it's just nuts, and it drives me crazy. I just wish that more people can formulate and gather together to talk about this real stuff and the real applications, and everybody is then knowledge sharing, and then the audience is also hopefully taking notes and learning a lot from this, because again, most of the people on the stage, I'm just going to say it right now, they would charge most companies to talk to them and everything else, right? So the fact you guys are here doing this, thank you, for your time. Noah, thank you for hosting this. I feel you have a natural knack to this, and there's a difference between a spaces host and someone who really understands about the dynamics of building a credible community, and I think you have that. So I just want to congratulate you, and just great job on this. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks again, man. If there's a blush emoji, I'd hit it, but there's not. So thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. And to the audience members, if you guys are enjoying this awesome panel, go ahead and give them all a follow. And if you don't mind, also give my personal account Noah a follow, the Aquarium a follow, and definitely give Whale Coin Talk a follow, because the Whale Coin Talk team is what makes all this possible. And so, yeah, I really appreciate that. Let's pass the mic to Marco and keep it going.
Thank you, Noah, and thank you for coming in, as well as you, Crypto Byte, because after D-Hype spoke, maybe the giveaway is in the name, but I needed about 5 minutes to recover. Man, that was if you fail at your day job, I think you could become a inspirationalist. I think, because yeah, I was bouncing. I'm in the UK and it's getting later here, and I was nodding off, and yeah, you've refreshed me. So thank you for all those great thoughts and insights. And also to Croissant, I send you huge bouquets of flowers, because I think you said all these intelligent people on the panel, and I had to look down and I thought, my God, I'm on the panel. She's talking about me. So I'm going to take that one all the way to the bank. So thank you for that. But actually, I put my hand up, Anthony. I put my hand up because in Walmart land on Roblox, because I've spent an inordinate amount of time in Walmart land, and they could be spending a lot of your money in there. So just a word to the wise. But also to you, CryptoBite, I jumped up because you were talking about, and I don't disagree with you. I get the sentiment around dressing your avatars, but I think we got a little way to go, and I'll tell you why. Because I can tell you now, there is no way, and I want to spend money on my avatar. Trust me, I want to spend. I've been in all the chat rooms with my avatar, with the standard, and I want to spend money. But here's the reason why I don't. Because until my legs work properly in the metaverse, which is, they don't, they just drag along behind you, there is no way I'm going to spend money on a pair of 501s that are just dragged around in the metaverse. I want them to move nicely with my legs. I think you get the point. So you're onto something, but I think we've got a little way to go yet, because until the legs work properly, we are not going to dress our avatars. I'll leave it there.
You could buy a skateboard for your avatar.
Let's go to.
That's very good.
Let's go with Croissant and then Cryptopher.
Yes. Excuse me. I'm simultaneously having lunch. I put my hand up a while back to respond to Crypto Byte, and but first, Marco, thank you. Yes, everybody on here is super intelligent. I feel bad that I actually didn't hype, since you like this so much. I feel bad that I didn't tell you about it sooner or something. But I'm so glad that you found it now, man. Yes, this is Whalecoin Talk. Super intelligent spaces. I say this a lot of times to other people in DMs that that's one of the things I love about this space the most, is that it's such an intelligent conversation. But I had originally put my hand up to respond to CryptoByte and say that hearing your research today, I'm now extremely bullish on real world pajamas with the rise of the digital jacket, and extremely bearish on dry cleaning centers. I do think that you're totally onto something. Well, I mean, you are. That's what the research says, right? But with the rise of the digital the digital items, digital goods, I absolutely think that that's the future. And and I'm sure at some point the shoes will move extremely well with the avatars.
Yeah, Croissant. I've got a lot of. I definitely have a lot of supporting data on that from all kinds of different companies. So we've spoken. I'll just go down the list. We've spoken with people from LVMH, Tommy Hilfiger, actually even at Nike. There's a long list of people who they built divisions in building digital goods. They actually have. And the investments they're looking to spend. I think that's what actually blew my mind, was how much money the digital division is looking to invest over the next 3 to 5 years. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, other than when everybody said you needed a website and we were moving to e-commerce. That's literally the amount of money that we're talking about that's going into this, which is just the numbers. And I think what's really wild about it is the revenue results that they saw in 2022 and 2021 from the various tests they did. Not to mention the growing cost of acquisition to get a user to purchase something. Like, the cost of acquisition, a lot of people don't recognize on social media, is just like going to the moon. And so when we talk about organic communities and how to engage, with the consumer, they're looking for new ways to spend money and lower that cost of acquisition. And one of the other things they realized is that the cost of acquisition, once you get people buying digital goods, they're sort of roped in, and they're much more likely to then also buy like a physical item or something else. And I think this applies. I mean, a lot of these surveys, a lot of this data comes from talking to fashion companies, but we've also talked to like other groups outside of fashion companies that have run similar surveys that show those outcomes. Some of those surveys were even pretty crazy to show from 2020 it was like 19% of people would consider buying like a physical or digital good, and this year was like 82% of the people surveyed considered buying a digital good. So I think when we look at these things, obviously we have to look at who we survey, who the community is, what's going on there. But seeing a lot of that is done within that Roblox community, and even sort of in other areas. And the fact that these companies are coming, I think what people don't recognize is the fact they're coming back and spending more money means it works. Because I'll just say this much: these big companies, they're looking for the next billion-dollar revenue stream, and if they don't feel it's there, they will 100% pull the plug on the whole thing. They trust me. They have there's no bind to them. They're not here for the Web3 fan base. They're not here for any of crypto. They don't give a f about any of it. They care about the bottom line. Does it make more money than we spend? If yes, how much? And can it be the next billion-dollar revenue stream, or whatever the multiplier they're looking for? If yes, then continue. If no, we're done. Right. And so the fact that they've now moved to investing in education is also absolutely wild. The amount of money that some of these companies are willing to spend to educate their communities, their brand communities, it's pretty phenomenal. So yeah, I'm not just bullish. I'm honestly shocked, because I thought some of the data coming out of 2022, especially with the way the reset happened, everybody thought it was doomsday, and yet you see these virtual divisions only adding more staff. And I think that's what blows my mind the most, is either we haven't been beaten enough on the bubble, or there really is major application here, and the big people in the company are seeing it as well, and they see it. There was a quote, and maybe it will be wrong, maybe it will be right. Nike believes that in the next 2 to 3 years, they will generate over $1 billion in selling digital goods. I'll leave it at that one. And there's more data on that. LVMH has some similar predictions, but anyways, those companies don't invest unless there's a $1 billion opportunity or more. They have plenty of things to put their money into, and plenty of marketing dollars to use in other ways. The fact they're here, this is a once in a lifetime, saying it right now, this is a once in a lifetime. Probably you'll see this every 10, 15, maybe 20 years, kind of an opportunity. And so to see the reinvestment, that's what excites me. That's what gets me up every day. And that's what makes all this research worth it, is when they come back in 2023 and say, you know what, we're growing that division and we're adding more people. And you know what, we're going to even spend more on education, because we believe that not enough people out there understand this stuff. And you know what, we think it's going to be such a success that we're going to invest in educating others. So pretty phenomenal stuff. I'll hand it back to Croissant, because I'm curious to hear what her thoughts are on that.
Yeah, man, you just said really cool things that just made my mind go off in places. So first, I think when you boil it down, where are you going to be wearing this digital jacket? And ultimately, what that comes back to is a metaverse as potentially the next social app evolution, right? So I know you had mentioned earlier that Instagram would be adding VR, which is fascinating, and I'm curious to see how they're going to do that.
No, they're adding a Roblox-like competitor, and they already have brands signing up to essentially dress the avatar the way they would inside of Roblox. Didn't mean to cut you off there, but it has nothing to do with VR. It has to do with being able to take the VR experience and flip it down to, well, here we go, the 2D screen versus it's still a 3D experience within the 2D screen, right? So the idea is that you can build 3D assets for that, and go like from Instagram, you'll be able to hop into virtual worlds. There's also a lot of patents out there now, Croissant, around what's called the 3D advertising experience. This is something very new. So imagine I enter a virtual world. Yeah, right. We can't go anywhere without the advertisers. I mean, that's just the way this works, right? Like if we think about it, everything digital has an advertising piece to it. And so what some of the patents are around are, if I hop into this 3D world, maybe I'd see like Van's portal over here. And, if I hop into, let's say, Anthony's son's mansion area, maybe Vans is paying him to put
Vans portal into there, where if you hop into Vans portal, now you're in like this Vans portal world, and you could do like a skate competition. Another phenomenal insight that came out of 2022, people don't recognize psychology as such an important part of this. People's brains remember virtual experiences and augmented experiences better than any other kind of experience. So better than a video, better than a photo, better than anything. When you go into Van's world and you play the skateboard and then you come out, you're thinking more along, oh, that was fun. I'm thinking more about maybe buying Van shoes instead of, I don't know, Skechers. And we're seeing this. Like, this is not, just so we know, this is actual psychological studies. This isn't CryptoBytes saying, oh, well, yeah, we think people are more interested. This is parts of the brain get triggered in augmented and virtual experiences that don't get triggered when looking at TikTok and Instagram. And yes, I know sometimes it's unfortunate that we've gotten down to this point where psychology plays a big play into where companies spend money, but that's how this game works, right? If we can have an influence and psychological effect on the brain that causes new ways of memory, well, then probably we're going to have a better chance of holding that customer, right? Because they're going to be thinking about it more. So, anyways, not to go down that road, but yeah, the idea is that Horizon Worlds is focused on creating, bringing it out of VR, because they realize VR is still a ways to go. I know Marco had talked about, VR headsets being, yes, huge curve, lots of VR headsets out there, but we're just not fully ready for that. And so what they're doing is they're saying, you know what, we're just going to build the Roblox competitor. And who knows, maybe they'll buy Roblox. I have no idea. There'll probably be some SEC problem if they try to do that. But yeah, they are 100% stepping into, we want to build a Roblox like thing. We want the brands to start building the virtual experiences, and everyone is throwing patents at 3D advertising, probably coming in 2023, unlike we've ever seen anything. And by the way, 3D advertising is a new thing. It's the ability, instead of like a cost per click, what it would be, and they're actually looking at KPIs for this. This is where this gets really wild, is they're actually evaluating what would the KPI look like for virtual worlds and 3D advertising versus a CPC on an Instagram ad or something else. So the fact that they're even coming up with this stuff means that they are serious, and they're really here to stay, because they want to, whenever they start putting the metrics against stuff, we saw that in social media. That means business, because now they're measuring, well, if I put X dollars into a portal, I don't know what's the virtual purchases in there versus people that then go buy a physical good, that kind of stuff, right? So that is where we're headed in 2023 and in 2024. Chrisan, I'd love to hear if you have any other thoughts on that or where that's headed.
So you just like explained to me, thank you, with the psychology side of things. I have been, one of my favorite little guilty pleasures in the space is I like going to Decentraland. So for example, I've been there a couple times where they've have, I just enjoy it. But I can remember very clearly going to a New Year's Eve party, not this year, but last year. And, they had, it was like a dance party. And they hired a DJ, and they had a couple of them. They filtered through it, and we did different dance moves. And I can tell you that I saw someone walking through that world that had, it was actually at a different location. See, I even know the location of just these glowing, beautiful wings. This was at an art gallery event there. And I cannot tell you anything that anyone was wearing or any dance move at any real life dance club that I've been to. So that's fascinating to learn that our brains are wired that way, and great for the future, right, of what we're building. So just to touch on Decentraland a little bit, you mentioned earlier education, and I think that's a very early, nobody's really doing this yet, but when you go into Decentraland, there's actually a university. And I remember walking through there, and I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to immediately like start taking a course, or I wanted to see, other people sitting there learning something and just sit down immediately at a lecture kind of thing. And, oh, this is what's happening. And I think the rise of these metaverses
will be huge in the future. I mean, if that's especially what the trends are saying, and if that's what the people are building for, we're just going to continue seeing more and more virtual worlds mirroring, the real world as it, becomes our real world.
Yeah, another fascinating data point out of 2023 was the Elton John concert. It was really interesting. Elton John was looking for a place in the metaverse to put his concert. And I'm going to talk about this is really a crazy study, and the data that came out of this is phenomenal as well. What happened was the data engine actually said that they used a bunch of information to try to understand demographic and stuff, and it actually said do it in Roblox and not Fortnite, and that was really interesting. A lot of people were trying to understand what's going on here, and what happened is it turned out that people there were creators of certain like Elton John apparel, in which they realized that people who went into the Roblox Elton John concert would actually start buying the digital garments because there was data that just said they would based on that study, and that's actually what happened. So what ended up happening was Elton John held this concert where it was a real bridge between physical and virtual, and what they did is they had a avatar design contest with fashion, and the winning avatar got displayed in the real world at the Elton John concert. And so what ended up happening was they put people on this quest in the virtual world, held the physical concert, and then people who won the gamified quest in the virtual world not just attended but also got their digital avatar shown in the stadium where the Elton John concert was, which clearly shows this bridge of reality, right, between a digital and a physical world. And I think we're only going to see more of that. In fact, we say in real life. I believe that Gen Alphas and Gen Zs see in real life. They don't depict virtual from physical, and there's been some studies done around that as well. So while we maybe a little older say, "Oh, in real life, that physical versus the virtual," they don't know the difference. They just understand that this is real life, and their avatar is showing on the big screen, and they're in there attending the Elton John concert, with their parents on Roblox, and they're able to buy digital goods for their avatars and say they were at the Elton John concert. And that's where this stuff gets really wild, because what they did was they showed that there was a massive demand, and it turned out to be the largest Elton John concert to date. And they did it in Roblox instead of Fortnite because they could build the custom world and then also sell all the virtual goods and tie a physical and digital experience together. And so I just see more of that coming. It's not stopping. You just see that creativity curve of people doing more of that. And to your point, Croissant, the people who remembered the Roblox experience and being in that was very similar to the people who were actually at the concert. So the memories that you have in a virtual world, as much as people FUD, as much as people say all this stuff, your brain says the opposite. And so people can say things, but that may not actually correlate to the studies and the real data, right? And so when you look at the real data of how the brain is responding, that is why there was such a focus on virtual reality as well, is because you're literally there able to mentally have people in a different space and be able to remember that. And things people remember they want to do more of, and that's actually what's triggering a lot of this. Is if I have a memory, then I want to do more, and therefore I want to spend more time in this because I'm getting value, right? So once we fix all the dizziness problems and all this other crazy stuff in the VR headsets, the data already says it's headed in the right direction. So pretty phenomenal, though, to see us there already, to see the fact that we hosted a Roblox avatar in real life at the Elton John concert on that massive screen, which then got blasted all over TikTok and all over Instagram, therefore pulling more people in, to the next digital experience, right? So that's where we're at, and you just see this. You see brands getting creative across the board around this, and that's what I'm excited to see is this tie-in, and where it's headed. Sorry, no, I know that was long-winded, but I think that case study is a pretty important one that they did with Elton John.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Mike's. I'm gonna pass the mic to Christopher.
Yo, Crypto Bites, I got to tell you, every time you speak about this topic, the freaking passion that you bring and the level of knowledge and insight that you also bring, because you do back it up, I really appreciate the passion, man. Yo, you can go on about this for freaking million years, but you know what? You're not like open-ended like echo chambery. You know, you're bringing like hard facts and you're bringing like concise thoughts. So I really freaking appreciate it. I think it's really, really interesting. I definitely am more educated about this, digital wearables in the space, as I get in these spaces and also speak with people behind the scenes. And I happen to have friends in the fashion industry and are very very plugged in, and I'm hearing utterings of how this whole concept is not it just the big entities are the ones getting involved. Now it's like the middle tier people are talking about it. That's exciting to me because obviously the big boys want to make their $1 billion, right? If they don't have to produce millions of dollars and spend millions of dollars in fabric and overhead and labor, and I can make a digital collectible using graphics and sell it for XYZ. Look at what the sneakerheads pay for sneakers. My wife bought like a pair of sneakers for my nephew and spent like $500. I was like, what the frig are you doing? And she's like, because it's a special sneaker and they had this specific website you had to go to, and you had to do. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I'm aware now that sneakerheads are like a real thing. The founder of a project that I advise and I'm on the team of, he's a sneakerhead and he's got a whole room filled with sneakers, and I'm like, this is a thing. And on the digital side, it's going to be a thing times 100. So Crypto, you're freaking on the money with regard to that. And the whole neuroplasticity thing is a real thing. And I've been researching it a lot because I work in that area, because I make nootropics. I make stuff for, getting rid of the amyloid beta plaque in the brain and getting the cerebral blood flow, and working on, nootropics, right? How do you engage the mind so that you can be sharper? I'm making a formula actually as we speak, a nootropic formula for like another version of a brain formula that I make that's, really, really cool. And augmented reality has been shown, freaking fascinatingly enough, that it can help further push brain plasticity and help the ability of the brain to be shaped and molded when you're looking at AR and VR and spatial computing and all that stuff. So that's like a real thing. That is fascinating as hell to me, because you talk about education. What's better than to educate while using a platform that's actually working in the neuroplasticity of the brain? We're going to, the future education system that's going to be utilizing AR and all that stuff is going to be light years ahead of what we're getting right now in like the freaking education system. So man, like you keep on building what you're building, brother, because I'm not in the field, like you are in that way. But I'm in the field on the periphery as like investor and just a person who's appreciative of tech. So man, I wholeheartedly agree. It is a thing, and to the extent it will be adopted and implemented, and how fast, that's anyone's guess. But the money's going there, and where the money ball goes, you should keep an eye out. So, but that being said, I've been trying to just say goodbye to everybody. I have to get back to IRL work. Noah, I want to like second what was previously stated. You do a very professional job with WellCoin Talk in the Aquarium, bringing high quality insight into the space. It doesn't have to be an echo chamber. We can disagree. It's okay. We're all big boys and big girls here. But the fact that you're bringing high quality perspectives and getting people to really challenge each other. It's better for me to be in a room with people who are going to challenge me intellectually and make me maybe rethink a thesis or a thought process that I have based on something someone else says, and I go, whoa, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to do more research. Maybe I need to up my game a little bit, or maybe my perspective isn't the right way to look at it, or maybe I can help someone else gain more perspective in a different way. That's the whole purpose of why we're here. We are here to educate each other. We're here to, D Hype came in here. D Hype, you said hi in the DMs. I just saw that. Hi back. Marco, we've been on spaces many times. He brings a very, very, valuable business acumen. That's what we need. Croissant, I'm a big fan of you and Anthony. You guys know that we talk. So, everybody in this space learn from one another, follow each other, challenge each other, but also befriend each other. Because I think one of the things that we tend to do in this space is we're in Twitter spaces, we're very cordial, but maybe it doesn't get beyond that in the DMs. Maybe in the DMs it gets businessy, but maybe we don't make that effort to kind of maybe dox to each other and like reveal who we are. And because I've doxed people professionally, but like just to get to build relationships, because I think the more we build relationships amongst each other, not just from like a Twitter space standpoint, it is going to also be better for the ecosystem because we can build better when we're better connected in terms of communication. And I think that's important too. So I want to throw that out there. Noah, I got much love for you. You're a good dude. And Whalecoin Talk, I'm a big supporter of everything you guys do. And anytime you need anything, you got my support and thanks for the time, and everybody be blessed and have a great week and rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cryptopher, man, for the kind words and for coming on as always. You're welcome back anytime. DH, the mic is yours, sir.
Hold on, no, I got a bail as well, dude. It's it's dinner time. So yeah, thanks for hosting the space as always. Thanks to all the speakers. Good to see you all back after New Year, and hopefully be on a panel with you all again soon.
Yeah, Dan, thank you again for coming on as always. Great insights, and you're welcome back anytime. We can go to DH and then Marco.
I love Noah how you call me DH. Like you're already like an OG, bro. Like you're giving me nicknames. You're just going with it. You're like leaning in to just whatever is happening. I mean, okay, Noah, look at this room right now with the people in here. There's barely any profile pics with NFTs. It's almost all people's actual images or maybe something else that they're interested in. This room's eclectic. It's full of people that just show themselves. They actually show the real like headshot or a picture of themselves often, or maybe a cartoon version of themselves. It's really cool because I spend a lot of my day in NFT land, and like my job, my background's in like media, photography, filmmaking, Hollywood, all that stuff, right? Advertising. But like for me, what I care about is like authenticity and like actually communicating like what you as a brand or a person like really care about and who you are, which is a great thing we can do here in Web3 spaces like this and stuff. And there's been so many amazing topics talked about in the last like whatever, even 20 minutes, even 5 minutes, like crypto bite, like stop reading my brain 24/7. Like seriously, like you're so cool. Being memorable is the number one thing I care about in life, period. It's almost all I care about, right? I want to remember who you are, what you're about. Tell me something about you. It's like a gift that you give me when you show me some of your style, what you like, how you talk, your personality, right? I even see people come in the space. We got Crypto Casually, who's a hip hop artist here, all these different like friends in the room and stuff. When you share part of who you are, it's such a big thing. I literally walk around crypto conferences with my fur coat and all my stuff, and it's crazy how easy it is to be memorable and have people really like gravitate towards you if you're like inviting, kind, care about them, show who you are, and you're a lot of fun, right? So in these spaces of the metaverse or whatever we're doing, I'm literally going into my Roblox account right now and modifying it to fit exactly who I am right now and like what I'm about, right? Marco's giving me the claps. Like I'll do this in Twitter spaces. I'll do like a walkthrough and be like, I'm doing this, I'm signing up for this. Because we got to be about it. We got to do it. We got to like actually take action together and make sure to reach out and make friends with people in this room. This is a very awesome space to like Noah said, of like taking note of the people that you really are like connect with, that you really like appreciate a lot. Talk to them, do more stuff. This is how Web3 is going to grow. Okay. Like Marco, I think you said you're like really inspired by me and stuff in my speeches. The thing is that like people hire me to be a hype man, an advertising marketer for them, but I refuse for a second to hype things about like what might happen or what you promise to people or any BS. Like the stuff you see in most Twitter spaces or tweets are all a bunch of FOMO hype and whatever. And I'm like, get the hell out of here with that. In fact, I'll go into the big Twitter spaces, where they got like Mario and like a million people and be like, if you're not here to actually support Web3, to be a part of it, to listen, to learn, like get the F out. Like if you come in from Hollywood or whatever and you're trying to like throw down on people and flex on them, but you have no idea what you're talking about and you're just there to kind of like make other people feel less than you, like get the hell out of here. That's not what we're here for. People will read on that, will like feel that from you what your intention is and will react accordingly. That is the power of Web3. And what we're doing here is that our authenticity of who we are is a powerful force. So you can turn that into being memorable, let people know who you are. I mean, just as an example, Crypto Casualty's here. He's a crypto rapper. He puts that in his songs. Like, I've been in one of his songs, and when I heard him put me in one of his songs, I felt something I've never felt before. I've never felt that feeling before, and he made that happen, right? So, like, you can make people feel a certain way, feel like great to be part of something. I've literally spent my time DMing people in this space, being like, I want to do a space with you. I want to do a crossover space. I want to bring people together from like different areas, because the vibe of what is happening in this room right now of 2020 OG, the OGs hanging out and talking about what's really happening and having like real insight is so freaking cool. And I'm going to tweet about it. I'm going to talk to people about it. That's the thing. Being a little bit extrovert, being a little bit like a social communicator can be so powerful. So let people know what you're about, what you're into, and what people associate with you is the most powerful thing. Noah, Anthony, CryptoBite, like, if they associate you, CryptoBite, with like a certain brand, a certain thing, whether it comes from you or something else, that's what they remember you as, right? Like, I created this brand with my fur coat and what I do with Doug Hype, not really completely like thinking that would turn into this. I have a production company. I just started creating content and helping people like get their message out, and it just turned into what's happening now or whatever I am now, right? And that's the real crux of it, is everybody here has awesome, amazing things to bring to the table, and bring it. I want to know what that is. Be social, be interactive. Marco, like, literally right now, I can't even like fathom what you're going to say. I'm so excited about it. But 2020 OG is here, and everyone in this space, think about the things that are being talked about here. Maybe write it down in a notepad, come back to it later, and think about your own thoughts. Tweet about it. DM people about it. Get up and talk about it. I want to know what you're about. I will look at somebody like Strawberry Moon down here or MP3. Like, I want to know what your vibe is. I want to know what your style is. Like, come into Roblox and let's chill. Okay, Marco? Are you going to chill with me in the Roblox?
I'm going to chill with you in the Roblox, without a shadow of a doubt. you raised some you raised some great points. Although I got a slight counter, and the slight counter is not everybody can be like you, and not everybody is an extrovert. So,
oh wait, Marco, but guess what? What if I'm not actually an extrovert, Marco? What if I just do this to inspire other people to also do it, right? Like, remember, Marco, when you see someone else doing something that's you and connecting on some level, it's usually because they understand how you might feel about something, and they want to do something to bridge that gap so you can feel amazing and awesome. And like, my background in photography and filmmaking, my job was to direct people and bring that amazing rock star personality of who they are out of it. And people literally to a T will tell me, like, Doug, I feel so different now. I feel confident. And I'm like, you know why I know this? Do you know I know it works? Because I feel confident all the time. And I feel that same way of not knowing what to do, not to be social. But you know what? In the face of danger and a challenge is when bravery is the only time bravery can actually exist. Okay, so I just want people to know that in this room. Like, that's why I keep asking people to do stuff. Especially me and Marco are definitely hanging out in Roblox. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, no, and great point. And I think it's and I appreciate the counter, actually, but for me, it's one of the most important aspects of being a founder. You know, building a business is what do you individually as a brand, what do you stand for? And I've said this a few times. You know, we typically in the business world, we talk about always being how should we say, indoctrinated, that we we build a website for our business and we put on there front and center what our vision, mission, and values are. And that's relevant and that's right. But I actually think in Web3, and I've been saying this for a little while now, for a quarter or two, in Web3 in particular, and the fact that the world has moved on and we are a little bit more thoughtful in the way that we do things and what we buy and how we interact with people, I think we should be replacing the word vision with purpose. Because a vision, all a vision ever tells me is what you want to be, right? So, you know, I want to be X by such and such a day. A purpose tells me what you want to be, but why you want to be it. And I think that applies to us as individuals. What does our brand stand for? And, to my point is not everybody's comfortable coming up on a stage and talking. I'm one of those people. I'm not the most active person that comes up, because I actually prefer to be on the other side and listen. And for me, if I can give any advice from my many, many years of business, and I don't give advice, but I'll just push this one out there. The most underrated skill, and skill was touched on earlier, I think it was you, CryptoBite. The most underrated skill and the most unused skill, in my opinion, humble opinion, is listening. Active listening. So, Hype, I listen to every single word you say. CryptoBite, I listen to every single word. I'm not doing something else. Um, I'm not playing a game. I'm not doing any work or anything like that. I am actively listening to every single word that you say. And in what you say, I might not agree with everything, or some stuff I might know, but there might be a couple of odd things that you say, and I will then go and write that down, and I might investigate a little bit further. Or do you know what? I might even use that. I might even use something that you said in a conversation. So CryptoBite with his stats, for example. So I just wanted to get that point across. And to something that CryptoBite was saying, and I loved your stats, by the way. I got a little sense that maybe you got those stats from one of my portcos. I don't know. Maybe their stats are reprinted elsewhere. But I just wanted to sort of double down on something you said. So the Elton John one, I get, but I think there's a bigger, better impactful use case when it comes to activations in the metaverse. And I always state the Gucci Garden one from the middle of last year. I think it was July last year. So if anyone doesn't know, Gucci last year did a Roblox activation for 2 weeks. They created the Gucci Garden. And in the Gucci Garden, they had various rooms in a building, basically a shop, a store, and you walked around the store, you walked around the garden, and they had what they called archetypes in there. So if you like, digital representations. And the Gucci Garden was open on the internet for 2 weeks. And in that 2 weeks, they had just over 2 million visitors to the Gucci Garden. And the reason why I highlight this one is, if that was a physical store, there is absolutely no way in a million years you'd get 2 million people in that store in a 2-week time period. Apart from, on top of that, if you wanted, once you'd been in the garden, in the digital representation, you wanted to buy physical goods, you were self-directed off to the store where you could buy those goods. There was also the option to buy some digital goods. And I can tell you that the most expensive digital artifact, if you like, was a Gucci bag. You won't be surprised. And that Gucci bag sold for $10,000. One bag for $10,000. So I look at that and go, oh, there's a bit of sort of double dipping there. But, the reason I use that as a use case is the fact that there's 2 million people going to a store in a 2-week time period. Now, the irony is, you talked about Roblox crypto time. I talked about Roblox. These are Web 2 activations. They're not Web 3. And I think somebody raised it very, very early on is, does activations like this need to sit on the blockchain? When is it right for the blockchain? When is it not right for the blockchain? Can you term this as Web 3 or is this Web 2? I don't know. I leave that for other people. But also, I just wanted to sort of raise that more as a question, I guess. And then something else you said, crypto, like around to the VR with Instagram. I didn't know that. I was unaware of that. So thank you. I was actually quite surprised when you said VR, because I'm struggling to see how VR could work with Instagram.
Not VR.
AR.
I was correct. No. So I was correcting what. So Croissant re-said that I said that. That is not what I said. What they're doing is they're taking Horizon Worlds, which is a VR platform today, and they're making the Roblox equivalent of it, like a gaming experience that you'll be able to enter through Instagram
Got you.
on your
Got you.
phone. Yes.
Got you. Got you. Okay. Okay. So I need to up my active listening skills. There you go. I need to work on that myself.
As do I, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So thank you for that. But I certainly see, Instagram adopting AR applications. There's no doubt about that. And Croissant, thank you for liking my tweet earlier. As you saw today at CES, L'Oreal launched their eyebrow AR application. So I can certainly see AR having a place. But just on the VR side, I just want to highlight an area of caution, if I may. And I don't want to be the downer in the room. And I have portcos that build applications and build content in virtual reality. And if you take those headsets and you take the new ones like the Pico 4 and the Meta Quest Pro, they've got something like 16 cameras. Now, that's a lot of cameras, and that gives us full body tracking. But the key bit that people don't realize is 3/4 of those cameras are inwardly facing, which means they are scanning my face. So I can create a VR application and I can place some goods in that room. So I could have my house, for example, and I could place, I think you said vans. I could place a pair of vans. I could place a bottle of Chateauneuf de Pape, or I could place alongside it, or just to the right of it, a bottle of house red, if you like. Whoever provides that headset is capturing data to see how long I stare at a particular item in an environment. So if I stare at the bottle of Chateauneuf de Pape for 5 seconds, and I only stare at the bottle of house red for, say, 0.5 seconds, that data can be captured and could be sent to the makers of Chateauneuf de Pape, who could then bombard me with advertisements. Now, I'm an older guy, so that's okay. I can live with that. But, I have my granddaughter who's 8 years old. She's in VR all the time. She plays with dinosaurs all the time. And it worries me that as the technology and as we progress, that there will be placements within environments that she might see that I won't even know that she sees, and that concerns me. So I just wanted to put that one out there, not to have a debate about it, but just more as a word of caution for people going forward. And for you, Hype, something for you to remember me by. And you may have heard this many times from people, but trust me when I say this is true. I am actually the dumbest guy in this room and in most rooms. And the reason why I'm the dumbest guy is I left school at 16 with no qualifications whatsoever. I think you guys in America call it dropping out or something. I have no qualifications whatsoever. So on paper, that makes me the dumbest guy in the room. There you go, one for you to remember me by. I'll pass to you, Croissant.
I don't think that anything on paper should be counted as what makes you dumb or not. I think that's actually a really interesting statement going back to the education. That isn't what I put my hand up for. But when we were looking for online universities, and there's been a lot of people saying, oh, the university that you go to, of course, where you're educated plays a large part in your credibility of education, but not really. Again, it's on paper. The only person that's ever going to look at that is, your employer. But, you here on a panel, like, we have not submitted our resumes to NOAA. We are all here, and, it's what your ideas are that counts, right? So, but what I actually put my hand up for was when you said dinosaur, it reminded me, Avatar. When it first came out, Avatar, the movie, the first one, there was a really interesting phenomena where everybody in a significant portion of the country the United States became significantly depressed. And it was based off of the fact that this was, one of the first 3D movies, or I believe actually possibly the first. And when people left the theater, they were incredibly disappointed with real life as compared to what they had just experienced. And I think that's actually probably going to end up being an interesting driver for the metaverse. I mean, I can confirm I would rather go somewhere to Decentraland that has glowing wings and do virtual dancing than I would go to a real life club. I mean, it's just I will never, I mean, I get, real world is great too. Don't get me wrong. I love the real world. I'm dialing that back immediately as I'm saying that. Sorry. But, I think that is a real driver as well, that, the possibilities of the things that we can experience in these virtual worlds, just, the way that it expands the mind is, going to be a continuous almost addiction for the mind.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with that sentiment, Croissant. I've always said that once, we're going down a rabbit hole here, but I always said that once virtual reality and AR and all this tech that allows people to plug in is indistinguishable from the reality that we know, majority of human beings are going to opt to plug into a reality that they can more or less bend to their will. DH, I think you had a hand up, sir.
Oh, I was actually probably trying to interrupt croissants and Marco because also I feel like a fraud at times. I have like 2 university degrees in like film and English literature. I was trying to become the next Quentin Tarantino, like amazing, introspective, self-referential, multiple levels of engagement, enjoyment, like film producer, artist, right? And I even left LA after a while because I was in there actually doing like everything from like acting classes, directing classes, working on films. But I really wasn't getting like to the point of what I wanted to do. And in fact, I turned down lots of like good jobs in LA. I left and just moved to Colorado because I just want to live in Colorado. I just want to be there. I want to go skiing. I want to go snowboarding. I want to like hike mountains and stuff. The people that are here in this room in Web3 are the people that are doing what they want to do. When you hear about like, Yuga Labs going around and finding all these devs and like stealing them from other companies, because these devs are like, oh, I can go to a place where I actually might want to work on something I like working on and be part of something I actually think can like craft and curate and make cool and forge the new future of what technology in the world is, be creative, basically. Have your imprint on something, be part of something that you believe in, maybe, or you're excited about. And also be challenged to do something new and different and interesting and exciting, right? That's the kind of people that are in this space and that are in this room. And, that's going to lead to 2 different things. There's going to lead to one thing is that it's going to be very innovative and fun and exciting and edgy. And it's going to also bring people that are just looking to take advantage of that situation and maybe create situations that are unstable, maybe rug pulls, whatever, or just like, negative stuff we don't like. But the number one part of though is being edgy and fun and new and cool. Like when you're attracting people to a business in the industry like that, out of working for like, traditional things, or things that have been, just like what they're comfortable with. It's exactly the same way that people make decisions as far as what they want to buy, their clothing, the style that they want, what they want to be attached to. Like I said in the beginning, Web3 is edgy and punk and cool. And we have to figure out a way to really lean into that and be who you are. Like right now, I'm like modifying my Roblox account to be how I want it to be, to show what I want to show about myself, to feel good about myself. Croissant, I like going to real clubs. Well, usually with my certain friends people that I really like, right? I want to have fun. Sometimes I'm like filming DJs. Sometimes I'm doing whatever, but I know that I want to be at the epicenter of what I think I really want. I want to be on that stage with that DJ. In fact, that's what New Year's. I was just on stage half the time with the DJs and hanging out, whatever, right? My buddy Vinny, who I actually am onboarding into Web3, into the Baddies Project, right? Like I find people in the real world or the metaverse or whatever, and then I bring them into other worlds and I take their hand. I'm like, come with me, do this with me, right? That's what we're able to do in this space. It's exciting and fun, and you can leverage that or use it as part of who you are in everyday life in Web2. So when people are walking around and they're like, hey, Croissant or Marco or Geo, and they're like, what are you up to? That person's fun and edgy. Like they're cool. You know what I mean? And they're going to want to know about what you're up to. They're going to want to come into this space and be part of it. Then they'll end up in a space like this. In fact, like there's so many people that I'm sure all of us have onboarded or brought into a Twitter space for the first time, right? So everybody remember, again, this is 2020 OG. You are the OGs, and your style of who you are, how you dress, or whatever you decide that you care about is what you care about. But be comfortable, be fun, be happy, do what you want to do, be yourself. That's really what it's about. Marco, when you dropped out of school or whatever you did, that's part of who you are, right? Now we see in modern society, we can actually use that as part of our being memorable, our branding and stuff, right? Meet people all the time. I'm from the school of hard knocks or whatever, right? And now you look at your Twitter profile and you've got a cool message. Day well at learnings, not a day, CEO of a fund, board director, all this stuff, right? You can do and be anything you want. And when you accomplish those things in unique ways is when it's special and real and people think you're cool, right? Like whenever anybody thinks you're cool, it's for usually a reason because they might not understand completely what you do, but you lean into it and you do it and you just live it, right? Like Croissant, you're so cool. Every time I see a croissant, I literally think of you. Every time, Croissant. In fact, even when I'm not thinking about croissants, I'm probably thinking about croissants. I want delicious croissants, and your personality is similar to that of croissant. You're warm, you're inviting, you're fun, you're kind. And I know anytime that I interact with you, Croissant, not only will I be judged about how I say croissant, but it will be an amazing, fun adventure whenever I just even talk to you and hang out with you, right? That is what we're here for and what we're responsible for here in Web3 Croissant. How do you feel about that responsibility?
Oh my God, dude, I adore you. You're so awesome. I love being in spaces with this guy so much. Thank you. God, yeah, that was like a glow up, man. I put my hand up. I wanted to agree with you, Doug. I was when I was talking, I said I wanted to immediately dial it right back about saying, that I don't think that the real world is as exciting as the virtual world. Because that's not true at all. I was one of the people that after the first Avatar movie, and I'm reading about the trend of the depression, thinking, God, how could people not like see the beauty in our own world, right? And actually, this actually goes to what CryptoBite was saying earlier about our brains and how memory works, right? So Marco mentioned, his daughter going into the metaverse and interacting with a dinosaur. And I'm thinking immediately in my head of a virtual dinosaur, and I'm looking at it in a virtual world and thinking how cool that would be. And my mind completely forgot that 2 days ago, I think, I went for a walk in my neighborhood. It was foggy out, a little bit creepy, and not related to the fireworks. It was actual fog, not smoke. And I went for a walk, and there was a house I was passing it by, down my street, and they had their front door open, and they were playing a football game in there. You could hear people getting rowdy. And I'm walking down the sidewalk and whatever, and all of a sudden, this dinosaur comes running around the side of the house and goes running into the house. And that was real life, and that happened 2 days ago. And my mind didn't even think of it, didn't go there. I think that's fascinating that that's the way that our brains are interacting with this technology in terms of memory. But I am very bullish on real world as well. I agree with you, Hype.
And just to that point, Croissant, and thank you. I love you when you said she's my daughter. She's my granddaughter, so I am that old.
I thought that when I said it, and then I was like, well, if I say granddaughter,
okay.
I'm gonna insult him.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. But the really telling thing for me, he's an 8-year-old girl, and she actually started playing in VR when she was 7, right? So here's a 7-year-old girl that plays with dinosaurs in virtual reality, right? Which is fun, of course, and she should play, right? Because that's a key component of being a child. But here for me is the real add-on stroke educational piece is my granddaughter, Sophia is her name. Sophia knows all the names of the dinosaurs. And I don't mean like the abbreviated names that we've learned from, God, I can't remember what the films are called now, but she knows the full names of about 15 dinosaurs. And I can show her a picture in a book of a dinosaur, just the picture, and I'll say, what's that? And she'll go, blah, 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 blah. and she knows the full names. This is a 7-8-year-old girl that knows the full names of dinosaurs. So my point is, from an educational perspective, and I appreciate this is just a use case of one, but her friends come around and play in VR as well. For me, I'm very, very bullish about how the metaverse, quote unquote, could be utilized in years to come. And I've argued it for a few years now, and I'm fortunate that I get asked to speak at XR technology conferences. For years, I've been saying why, and I invest in edtech, so it's a particular passion of mine. Why is it for years since the advent of virtual reality are we still in schools teaching geography by using books and pictures and videos when I can put you in a headset and I can transport you to the Statue of Liberty? I can transport you to the Great Wall of China. I can transport you to Big Ben in London. Doesn't matter wherever you are in the world, I can transport you to all these places around the world. And it is almost like you are actually physically there. And that for me is how we should be teaching education, not all education, but some instances of education. And it's the same with history. Why would we not actually take you to that battle or that monument or whatever it might be? Because we can do that. We can create anything in VR that's in the real world. And we should be embracing these technologies more and using them more from an educational perspective as opposed to just a consumer perspective. Probably sounded a bit like a rant. I hope it didn't come across as that. I just was making an educational point.
Yeah, I think we lost DH. I'm bringing him back up. And I also feel like this is a pretty decent place to stop unless anyone has... DH, do you have anything to add? We might be having connection issues. Yeah, I mean, I think this... Go ahead.
I wanted to reach out. I met
MP3.
I met Hype in Vegas at the conference. He originally coming up to him, he definitely seemed a lot more introverted than I gave him credit for. But as soon as we got him ready for the interview, he fucking opened up and became a whole different person. It was interesting. Him and Altman were hanging out. It was great to meet them. I didn't realize how much we had in common too, because I work in productions in Las Vegas. I've been in productions for 10 years. I've shot the biggest concerts in the world. I'm actually going back home to Vegas right now to shoot the Raiders versus the Chiefs. So yeah, it's really cool that I didn't know he had such a background like that. Also, I wanted to add, you guys were talking about multiverse or metaverses. Elron, which is the top 100 crypto, they actually changed their name they rebranded as Multiverse X, and they're building. They want to have the most transactions on any metaverse, and that's their goal. And I think it's achievable. I would definitely keep an eye on them for the next bull run. Multiverse X is the new name. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Yeah, right on. Thanks for coming on space. I'm getting kind of loopy. And it's been a great conversation so far. And I typically will let these spaces go for as long as people are willing to talk. And we've had a fantastic exchange of ideas over the course of this week's Aquarium. We've discussed a number of different potential catalysts. And it seems like the things that were highlighted was there needs to be more utility. There needs to be the right kind of regulation. And also, a lot of us seem to think that the next big wave or the next DeFi of the supposed next bull market is going to be in crypto gaming. And I'd say DeFi, I mean, using it as an analogy, right? DeFi kind of kicked off the last bull market. And I do think that Web3 gaming, GameFi, a lot of these big studios that actually come in and build good games are gonna cause the next wave of new adopters to jump in here, because who doesn't love video games? I mean, most people do.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I see Marco requesting. Guys, thanks for coming in. I got some new guys that I want to come on the panel, but I think I'm going to wrap things up here. I think it's been a good space, and we do this every Wednesday at 4 p.m. UTC. We also fire up impromptu spaces. I think 2 weeks ago, we did Dogecoin. We did one with the Dogecoin community, and it went for 7.5 hours. And if you guys have ideas for topics that you would like me to host and facilitate, shoot me a DM on my personal. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. Remember, everyone, that nothing that is said and heard on this broadcast is financial advice. So be safe out there, and I hope you guys all have a great 2023. Hope it's a year of bullish news and prosperity and growth for our industry. So until next week, guys, take care. What's up?
It's Nanaimo Trader. Hey, thanks, Whale,
Go for it,
thanks
man.
for throwing me up there quick. I just been out in the forest walking. I wanted to make a point. I'm coming in late. I apologize. But I think one of the biggest catalysts for 2023 in crypto is going to be this regulation in Hong Kong that will allow the Chinese there to trade crypto. That's supposed to be coming out. I think it's officially getting prepped for like June 1st with brokers and whatnot. And there's already applications going forward if you guys follow that. But to me, above everything else, being able to onboard a new market into the crypto world, that's a big one. And that's one that I'm watching very, very closely, because you got a lot of people who love to invest. They love to gamble. It's part of their culture. So they're all very comfortable taking risk. And I believe, I believe that's going to be one of our biggest catalysts if we start bringing in that Chinese market again into, Bitcoin, Litecoin, you name it, whatever.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, actually. I had a big thing of note. I prepare for these spaces by watching videos and reading articles. I typically watch Coin Bureau, and so I had like 5 pages of notes. I don't ever really get to go into them because I want other people to be able to speak. But one of the things that I had under regulation was Hong Kong now being officially part of China, and it kind of being a pseudo route for them to invest, for Chinese citizens to invest, because they love crypto, they love altcoins. I think Filecoin is huge in China, ADA is huge in China, to name a couple. Saudi Arabia also.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is trying to get the regulatory framework intact. I know that in a lot of Islamic countries, there's a bit of a gray area where they're trying to decipher about whether or not crypto adheres to Sharia law or not. But I think that once Saudi Arabia gets that regulatory framework intact, once Hong Kong allows Chinese citizens to be able to invest again, and once a lot of other Islamic countries see the framework that Saudi Arabia has implemented and copy that, then that's certainly a bullish indicator.
They're going to have to, because you can't just not compete as a country and as a city, right? Like especially when you have all of these Chinese citizens who desperately want to get their money into something besides their own currency, right? They want to have different investments. They want to have, let's just call it the Western world investments accessible to them. Many of them can't. So being able to get into crypto in some way, to me, that is one of the biggest things we're going to see if again, it comes together on June 1st. But anyhow, Aquarium, I appreciate you taking me up at the last minute. And by the way, it's Nanaimo Trader. I live out on Vancouver Island, west coast of Canada. So that's how it is.
Yeah, Nanaimo Trader. If you want to be on future panels, man, shoot me a DM on my personal account, Noah. I have it co-hosted up here, and then Croissant, I got to let you respond. You got your hand up.
I love that you brought up Hong Kong. Well, first, Noah, if you have that many notes, oh my goodness. And even if you don't, man, I always love hearing you talk too. You're an awesome speaker. So I just wanted to kind of urge you to speak more often, because you're, key person on the panel. Like when I'm on other panels, I love having you there too. But just about Hong Kong, there were so many times. It was like 3-4 times during 2021 that there was, a slight crash in the market. And, I would go to my friends and say, oh, what's happening today? And they say, oh, China just canceled Bitcoin again. And I'm like, well, what? Like they canceled it again, and yes, and they did another news report. Oh, China's canceled Bitcoin and or crypto, outlawed crypto, and for it to have been that significant of an indicator in the bull run market, I absolutely agree that it would be going the opposite direction. Where as things improve, that it would be not just for the market expansion. I mean, market expansion obviously would be sort of the key side of it, but just the sentiment, I think, will also be huge. And hopefully throughout the next bull run, there will be many times where China approves crypto and it spikes just because they've approved crypto again.
Yeah, right on. Mark, I mean, first of all, Croissant, thank you. I appreciate it. I try to chime in when there are other speakers not with their hands up. This panel today, a lot of people wanted to speak, especially early on. If you guys were here, got a little spicy, and when two people are trying to debate and kind of get their thoughts back and forth, it's hard for me to interrupt and say, hey guys, stop, we got a bunch of hands up, but that seemed to be the case. And so I wanted to let people get their 2 cents in and get their insights in. But yeah, I always have notes ready, and if there's a silence, I'm happy to fill it with whatever. Marco, I see your hand up, brother. Go for it.
Thank you, Noah. I'll just chime in on the news, and well said, Nate. No, I can't even say your name. The guy in the forest.
Nanaimo trader. That's it, man. No, everybody gets the name wrong.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, I'll just call you trader. So thanks, because that's a really great salient point. So I have some first-hand knowledge of this because I have an operation in China, and I spend time there. And I'm really pleased that you brought that up. So I'll just share a little bit of insight from my side and from what I know. So I've been using Digital Yuan on my WeChat app for a number of months now. I was part and parcel of the pilot, and it's been a fantastic, easy experience. Appreciate it's only in certain cities in China, but it's been a great experience, and it's opened up a wealth of opportunities for people on the streets. Also aligned to that, because we're now out of pilot phase and they're looking at scale phase now. But bear in mind, we are talking about a CDBC here. So the digital one, not Bitcoin, not Ethereum. We're talking about their digital currency. Now, whether they open it all up to all currencies, who knows? Our thinking is that they will. And the reason for this is two key things. The last quarter of last year, Q4 of last year, Chinese government released a paper in and around the metaverse. So they are investing billions and billions of dollars into the metaverse. So they want China to be a stronghold, as it is happening in South Korea. Also on top of that, many people may not know this, just a couple of days ago, I want to say Jan 1, it might have been Jan 2nd, China launched its first state-run NFT marketplace. So this year, and I've been saying this for a little while now, certainly in the NFT marketplace, look east, not west, because that's where the market could be. And especially if you are an anime NFT creator, definitely look east and not west. I'll leave it there.
Did not even think about that at all. Certainly we'll keep an eye on the east. Guys, this has been a great space. I'm going to wrap things up here now. Nanaimo Trader, thank you for coming in and giving us that last bit to discuss about. I'm pretty exhausted, so I'm going to close things out. I gave the closing statements, guys, but if you have any ideas, again, DM me. I'm happy to host impromptu spaces. It doesn't have to be every Wednesday. If you want to do like a cross space sort of thing, I'm happy to do that as well. I'm open to any ideas. I want to keep the chat and the education about Web3 going, even in this bear market, even when people are losing interest. If you look at previous cycles, the periods of time where people lose interest the most and where sentiment is at its lowest is where you find the most opportunity. So again, not financial advice, just a nugget of anecdotal wisdom. Take care, guys.